Well, we wanted to do a historical top 50 of chess players of sort of all time, and to do that, we are using the statistics by Jeff Sonax, who has created a site called Chess Metrics. We've gotten some help from Frank Hofmeister, who is a well-renowned chess historian, but then we have still kind of added our own touch. And it's always going to be subjective, and there's no correct answer.
I hope you guys enjoyed, and I hope you agree with every single ranking, because usually when you publish lists, what could go wrong? Who would disagree with anything? But yeah, it's been fun, and I hope you like it.
Hi, everybody. I see we have already quite numbers who are waiting excitedly the next round of 8th Altibox Norway chess event. So very welcome. We love that you're here and you're enjoying our commentary. I hope we will keep you here for hours. There are a lot of exciting games. I'm going to be your host and commentator, but I'm extremely happy that every day I have a fantastic personality, world champion, Vladimir KRAMNIK with us.
Yes, with a huge Russian accent. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
With incredible mind and incredible ideas, we are teasing each other quite a bit, and we are having a lot of fun on the moves, and we challenge each other in analysis, I think, quite a bit.
Yes, one thing is also important to understand. We are not trying to fight with each other during our analysis. It's more that we are trying to look at the position from two sides. Yes, somebody takes one side, another one takes another side, and then we are trying to analyze it and to, to dispute in this in such a manner, but to have a very global, view on the position. But it's not a fight for sure. I'm very happy to commentate with Judith. It's a big pleasure, and I hope that you're enjoying it as well as we do, as much as we do.
Well, I must say it was quite different when we were playing against each other. Just already talking about the preparation, it was quite the challenge, not to talk about the games itself. But now we are having the chessboard front of us, and we challenge ourselves, but not each other. So let's talk about the standings of the event. So far, we have a leader, Fabiano, who was very convincing, I must say. In his first two games, he won with black in the first round. Yesterday, he won with the white color, and he was very convincing. So he has 6 points because we have a special system in the Altibox Norway chess event. When a classical game finishes, someone wins, he scores 3 points, and the opponent who lost the game, it's 0. But if it's a draw, then we go on to the Armageddon game, which means that white has 10 minutes, black has 7 minutes. And if black makes a draw, he wins, so-called, and collects 1.5 points to 1 point to the loser. So it's a special system of calculating the points. And then we have Aronyan, who had his birthday yesterday. He won a quite convincing games. He's 4 out of maximum 6 points. Together with Firuza, who had a very difficult match yesterday. He had such an opportunity to beat the world champion, right, Vlad?
Well, it was difficult for Magnus as well, even maybe more difficult than for Firuza, and that's already a very big achievement, I believe.
And then we have Magnus, who has only 3 points yet, even though he won both of his matches, but he won his matches only in the Armageddon, so that's why he collected 2 times 1.5 points. But in many tournaments, he has a slow start. And then he puts his gear in 6 or 7, I think.
I would love to have such slow starts, like winning 2 matches, even on tie breaks. If this is a slow start, then what we are going to see, next, yeah. But no, of course, I think he's playing well, and okay, maybe it was a bit lucky yesterday, but all in all, his chess is also, as usual, as always, is a very high level.
And then we have with 0 point 2 youngsters. One is Duda, Jan Christoph, who is actually not playing yet very promising in this tournament. He's struggling in openings, and also the time management is not very good for him, I must say. And Aryan also, he had a very nasty loss in round 1 against Fabiano, and also yesterday he was having a very difficult day. So they are both on 0 points. But of course the tournament is extremely hard for the 2 youngsters especially, so it will be very challenging for them.
Yes, so today, Judith, what do you think, what is the game of the day today?
Well, let's say what is the pairing, right? We are going to have the Norwegian clash.
Yes, the derby.
Aryan with Magnus, right? I mean, they know each other quite a bit. I think Aryan was even maybe in one team with Magnus for sure when they played for the national team. We have Jan and Levon Aranyan, and Firuza with Fabiano. That will be, I think, a very big clash.
Yeah, probably we can call it nominally the game of the day, yeah?
I also think that that will be a huge clash, because everybody knows in the chess world right now that Alireza is the new millennium kid, right? He's just 17 years old, who has no fears, and he's not afraid of anybody. And
rightly so. So far, we can say rightly so. I mean, he's having he's sharing second place. By the way, we shouldn't forget he had played 2 games with black, both of them with black. So it's a fantastic performance so far. And let's see what he is going to do with white today.
Well, we saw them on the screen also, and the game started. And it's in English, knight f3, d5, g3.
Yeah, it's so-called Reti opening, which, yeah, I myself have been playing quite frequently. Or maybe you can imagine that he's so happy playing black, yeah, having good results, that he wants to play King's Indian with white, yeah, to have a third black in a row, but with extra tempi.
Yes, I think it's important to notice this, that he started with 2 blacks. And how did you like it when you were in competition? Because I remember myself then when there was the drawing of lots, you were always thinking, okay, what will be? Immediately you pull the numbers and you see who are your opponents. With this guy, I'm going to play with white. With that guy, I'm going to play with black. So it's a good setup or not a good setup. And it's good to play 2 blacks in the beginning. If I get through with this one, then everything is better.
Well, I can tell you that I had a incredible strike at some point because, you know, here, of course, this tournament, you have equal amount of whites and black, yeah, here, because it's double round tournament. But most of the times we are playing a tournament where you have uneven amount of white and black, whether it's 9 rounds or 11 rounds, let's say. And I remember at some point, and then it's a matter of drawing of lots. Yeah, you just take your color, and it's just a pure chance. And at some point, I remember I had 9 tournaments in a row having extra black, 9 in a row. So it's, I mean, I didn't know what to do already. You know, I think one of the events at the opening ceremony, I asked somebody to take the number, just not me, but somebody from my side, just and hoped it would work, but it didn't work anyway. Anyway, I got another black. So in general, 2 blacks at the beginning. I prefer to start with white because it means I have another white. But in this tournament, in such a tournament where you have anyway same amount of colors, 5 games each color, yeah, it's not so bad to start with 2 black, I believe, especially if you manage it in a way with the amount of points Firuza is having now.
Well, we have some moves on the board in the other games also. For now, I think we can leave Fabiano's game. He played c5. We'll see later on. We have Tari versus Carlsen. It's a rouser.
Yeah.
And he played bishop d7. You were a big rouser player yourself. I remember some beautiful games you played back in the mid-90s.
Yes, but then again, it's what we've mentioned yesterday, that the computers started to be stronger and stronger, and the problems in this opening started to be deeper and deeper. And at some point, I liked it a lot and actually had good results with rouser, but at some point, I just was not able to solve all problems which was there in different lines. And finally, I think somewhere at the end of the 90s, I decided to drop it. And in general, yeah, it's a playable opening, but it's not easy to equalize playing rouser nowadays, but probably it's not exactly the intention of Magnus to equalize today. I think he wants to get a complicated game and maybe wants to find a line which his young opponent will not be too very familiar with.
Well, I must ask the question that what was in your career that made you switch from opening to opening? How much was it a fashion that new lines came into fashion and you switch? And what is the method? What is the algorithm in your brain when you switch from one system to another? How much is it you, and how much is it the fashion, and how much are you influenced or were you influenced by the other players, or
hard to say, but pretty often it was actually simply out of tiredness. I was just tired to play always the same opening, and or sometimes white, let's say, find black, we'll find in certain lines where it's probably objectively a draw, but you still have to be accurate, and there is zero winning chance. Or another variation is that sometimes the theory would grow so much that it's just becoming difficult to memorize it, and in fact everybody starts to play it, and somehow everybody starts to analyze. A lot of computer preparation starts to be there, and that usually for me that were the major reasons why I would start to play something else.
Well, here we have Queen D2 happened in the game, and well, I'm expecting some interesting things. I'm sure Magnus will be coming up with some interesting ideas, as he always does, and hopefully he's also going to visit the confessional booth, telling us about his game and about others as well.
Yes.
But let's move on to
answering our questions. Yeah.
Let's move on to Levon Aranyan's game. It looks like it's a pretty solid game without queens already. If we go from the start, it was a 4-knight, bishop b5, knight d4, takes, e5. Actually, I never played this with white.
I played with black twice. It's well considered to be pretty drawish line, I would say, and but in fact I think I made 1.5 out of 2. I even won with black against Nigel Short, not a bad player. I was playing, instead of queen e5 check, bishop c5, which is also fine. Queen e5 is more solid, even more solid. Bishop c5 is castles, but queen e5 check, queen e2, king e2. Okay, white has a very, very slight nominal plus in this endgame, but most of the time, frankly, white is playing it because he just wants to make a draw. And that I wouldn't be surprised if this is the case today, because Duda, he lost first 2 games, and probably he feels like he just needs to score his first point or points, and ready to play tiebreaks. Yeah, that's my feeling, because it's hard to imagine that you can win this position against a top player such as Levon Aranyan. Probably it's not the intention, but okay, let's see.
Yeah, but probably I have the feeling that you don't really know what is the feeling, what Duda is experiencing, because I doubt that you had ever had a 0 out of 2 tournament.
I did, for instance, in Vienna, in the Vienna tournament, we've played together there, and I started 0 out of 2. And it was 9-round tournaments, and I finished on +1. So, okay, it was not funny, 0 out of 2, but yes, I understand that it's I mean, I can understand this feeling that you just want to have to start scoring some points. Yeah, I mean, but still, yeah, we will see. Maybe that's the way he wants to. Also, might be it's an option that he wants to trick his opponent in a way, yeah, to pretend, I mean, that the opponent will get too relaxed, that white just wants to make a draw, and in fact maybe he can try something, because there are some, I mean, it's not totally empty position still, you know. So.
Well, I think choosing this line and opening, I have strongly the feeling that white is not very much against the Armageddon.
Yes, but
it is getting
the,
very close to that, right?
but then the question is, the big question is if he really heading for it or he just wants to, I mean, still to give it a try, yeah, in this endgame. This is an open question yet, and I think we will very soon get an answer on this question.
Yes, of course, this game doesn't look so interesting, at least for the moment. That's clear, and it's going to be about nuances and whether really white will be able to get a little something. But as you
from
said,
other point of view, we might get rather soon a second game, which will be much more interesting, and again, with the same players. That is
exactly.
That is an option, definitely.
So let's go a bit to Firuza against Caruana, because actually we have a reverse color Grunfeld here.
Mm-hmm. Yes, so I told you, yes, it seems that Arireza wants to have black today, but as I don't remember, it's a theory, of course. I think white is usually playing knight b3 followed by knight c3. I think knight b3 castles here, knight c3, e6, e4, and white has a very small, tiny plus here in this position, d4, knight e4, something like that. There were some games played. It's slightly more comfortable for white, but probably close to equality.
Yes,
that is at least the main line, but I don't know, maybe he has something else in mind.
Maybe c4?
c4 castles, yeah, that's transposition to quite a big theory, yeah. cd5, knight d5, let's say, but in this moment it seems to be very drawish. I mean,
well, actually, the lines you were just mentioning before, after knight b3, castle, knight c3, e6, e4, takes knight e4. When I was a kid, I found it very interesting that from different openings, you can get, even with the start of c4 or d4, you can end up having an opening which looks like very much like an e4 opening, right?
Yeah.
Actually, this could be easily said that it's an e4
it's
opening.
It's even, yeah, I would say dragon with g3, yeah. It's looking very much like that.
Yeah, but also like in a Caro-Kann or even in French, you have this pawn structure at least. Well, usually not the g6 and bishop g7, but bishop e7. But according to the pawn structure, I feel somehow home because I was always an e4 player.
Yeah.
So this is more kind of comfortable and in my comfort zone somehow. But for the moment, Firuza is thinking. But things are happening actually with the Tari game. They with a different move order, but they ended up in a main line, right? Yes.
So finally, it was just a way to it was just a move order, bishop d7 instead of e6. But finally, it is a very well-known theoretical position. And there are various ways for white to play. Conceptually, white is sometimes playing f3. And then later maybe trying to go g4, h4, or another way of playing it is with f4.
Yes, this I remember. As I was playing it quite a bit, this system with white. I was mostly playing f4 because I always wanted to go in the center, playing e5 in some ways, or f5.
There is a big theory here, a lot of games, a lot of options for white. I think what are the main moves? Knight f3 was possible, and if I remember well.
In b1 also.
In b1 and many moves, yeah. So let's see how it will develop. We are still in theory, and probably for quite a while still will be.
Yeah, in the meantime, things are happening. Rook e1 happened in the game between Duda and Aronyan. Bishop d6, healthy development. So will white want to go king f1?
Maybe bishop f4. I would go bishop f4.
I just wanted to say it. I just wanted to say it.
But
it's kind of...
Yeah, bishop if takes, king f3, bishop e6, king takes f4.
It's not a very common position, I must say. King on f4.
Yes, h4, rook e3. Actually, with a king on f4, white can still press a bit, maybe. Yeah, it's quite...
But let's say if... Okay, let's say if the king would be on d2. Would you ever consider playing king e3 to f4?
No. No.
But it's interesting because why not, right?
Yes, yes.
Why don't you consider king e3, king f4?
It is possible. I like the king on f4. So actually, I think that after bishop f4, not sure if black is going to take on f4.
Bishop g4 is possible.
Yes, bishop g4 check. That's why maybe it's makes more sense to play king f3 check first and bishop f4. I just wanted to have fun, yeah.
Well, unless we continue to have fun and we play king e3.
King e3, yes.
To aim to reach the f4 square.
Yeah, that's king d7 also. Maybe there is a fight for tempo.
Well,
yeah.
Takes, we get similar, of course.
King f4. Yeah, but at least black king is on d6 a bit better, yeah.
Still h4, right?
h4 and yes, if you double your rooks on e line, and then try to get some activity on the king side. Yeah,
actually we have a move, and after bishop f4, king e7 was made.
King e7. Yeah, it's possible. King e7, king f3 check.
Bishop e6.
Maybe c4 then. Just to try to...
But after c4, oops, sorry, after c4, I think king d7 will be the move.
King d7, my plan was maybe rook d1 or something, I don't know. I'm not sure it is really anything special, but still maybe...
It's interesting.
White has a small plus. I mean, I think Levon is a little maybe too quick. I mean, I don't say he didn't do anything wrong yet, but I would be slightly more careful. I understand there is no real danger, at least yet, but there is certain potential. Yes, so for White to start pressing, so he should be careful and maybe spend some time on his next few moves just to equalize, completely, and just not to give a slightest chance to his opponent, for a torture, for some kind of long but unpleasant torture, which might happen.
What about playing c4 immediately? But actually we have a move king f3 on the board.
King f3, yeah. That's also okay. Bishop e6, and yes, you can also just play h4 or c4. Maybe if white goes c4, maybe bishop takes f4. And the question if c takes d5 might be a
maybe takes plus. And king d6.
And then king f6. I wanted, to have king on f6. Yeah, that might equalize.
Opposition.
That might equalize because you want g5 check, and if g5 check and take with a bishop on d5 or something.
Nice intermediate move. It can be important.
Might be completely equal, yeah. But
because actually, if you don't play g5 but you take bishop d5, I think rook e5 can be strong.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and if bishop g2, I would give it check. King e7. There is another check. King f8.
Bishop
and
c4.
It's still not clear.
Well, bishop c4, white is... Yeah, I mean, it's not clear, but it's f6. Can I just try to...
And bishop h3 will
attack your bishop somehow?
Out. King g3, you mean?
Your king is very weak, yeah.
Okay, so in this line...
Takes, and still maybe some problems to solve because of the bad coordination, yeah?
Well, probably rook e8 is the only move, but...
Even so,
but okay, it's not so funny for black.
Yeah, some small issues still to solve. But king f3 check, bishop e6. Yes, I mean, the question is maybe just to play h4, for example. I mean, here. Because c4, no, but also the thing is that after c4, bishop takes f4, there is cd, maybe. CD might be...
Okay. This makes a lot of sense, but at the same time, yeah,
it's not so easy. I don't like to have my pawn on e6. Yeah, if bishop d2, there is rook e2 possible.
Well, even this, it shouldn't be really a big problem for black,
right?
I
agree. CD, but
by the way, I have a crazy move like this.
Oh.
But it's more crazy than good, I think, because
but d6, I'm afraid, is possible. Yeah, c takes d5 is, rook b1. C takes d5 is, I mean, it's very solid for black.
I mean, this shouldn't be a real problem for black.
No, but at least
okay, the king is aiming to go to d4.
Yeah, right? If he can get to d4, at least, you can try. You can keep on trying here. So, so c4 is an option. Another option, I would say, maybe is to try to play h4 here. I would say just start pushing pawns like h4 and stopping.
What about h5?
h5, then the bishop endgame will be lost. Yeah, one day. It's very far, but like take on d6, king f4.
Yeah, I love it that when we talk about games, each round, at some point you say something about the pawn move, of course, and then you say, I don't like this because it's going to be dangerous one day.
No, it can be, because you see
30 moves later, and you visualize what's the problem.
This pawn structure is, or I could have just started doubling rooks, or even king f4, yes, it's...
yeah, king f4,
this g5 square, rook h6, f3, f6, and h5 pawn will be potential rook e3, maybe rook to g3.
Can I go
g5 check, maybe, maybe here g5 check. Even so, maybe king g3. Yeah, but probably I can be more precise after h5. Maybe I can start with rook e3 to gain a tempo. Yeah? That would be more, instead of exchanging the bishops on d6. No, without exchanging, maybe. First of all, it's to play c4 as earlier we said, and also playing rook e3, and then I don't think Limon will play h5, even if it's perfectly playable. But it's
the only thing is that if you play h5 with black, of course it has its drawbacks. But let's face it, white can also go h5 later and simply gain space, right? h5, g4. And the e6 bishop can have problem if later on also f4, f5, g5.
No, it can be, it's a little better for white, this position. That's why actually one of the reasons I was playing bishop c5 instead of queen f5 check. I thought it was even simpler.
back move 8.
Yeah, I think at the same game, not that I was not afraid of it, but I had a feeling white can press a little bit. And here castles. This is because bishop is very good on c5, and the main line is that if bishop takes d7 here, otherwise black just plays d6, like Nigel Short, he played something, queen h5, d6, and it was bishop is very good on c5. No, actually, rook d8, queen h5 is the idea. And then at least there is a pawn. I think, but the best is bishop d7, bishop takes d7. That was my game with Alexander Morozevich from Rapid Chess a long time ago. Queen takes d7, rook a d8. Now, fortunately for white, he has queen g4 move because we
leave a second to our audience. What would they do here? But for sure, we would do this.
Yes. Then rook d1 mate. So that's why white is only move, I think, here is queen g4.
Yeah.
And now I think simple rook f8 was the best even. Because if bishop g5, there is queen g6. And simply that black has very powerful compensation for the for this double pawn, because he got the two rooks on the open lines, and absolutely no problem for black. So that's why. And my game with Nigel Short was, I will maybe show you later. It was more funny than anything. But
how was
yes,
that?
It was castle. I think Nigel played queen h5, d6, and then I have to check how was the game. I will maybe show it later, just for fun, because at some point it was quite interesting position. So
now we have c4 on the board.
Yeah. It's still not totally clear to me if White is trying to press, or he actually just happy with the draw.
Okay, but what happens if I just take on c4? You take
bishop
it back,
takes
right?
c4.
Okay, bishop takes f4.
King takes f4.
Takes, and I just go rook d8.
Yes,
I mean, after all, this d file is
not much for White. I agree with you. Take on e6.
And I take it
takes
back.
And maybe rook e2 somehow, at least to try to double. And yeah, it is.
Black
yeah, it's actually might even be
or
the
king f6, king f6 simply.
Yeah. It might be actually even the simplest way for Black to play. Yeah, because this so-called weak pawn is not really weak. I mean, it's not too difficult to defend it. And yes,
yeah, probably Levon maybe wanted to have a sharper game today, but maybe he just doesn't mind. He says, okay, draw, we go on to Armageddon game and let's go.
No, of course, in such tournaments, when you're Black, okay, and your opponent wants to play very safe, what can you do? Yeah, because everybody is strong here, and if you are trying to play very sharp from the very first move, it can end not too well. So that's why it's very normal. He's just playing his repertoire, and also it was quite unexpected, I would say, probably from Jan Christophe, that he would play such a solid line, because in general he's a rather aggressive player and plays quite sharp chess. So I guess it was not expected from the Levon side. And in any case, you are Black, okay, you don't have such a big choice as Black in such top tournaments.
Well, I think actually Jan Christophe will try, but it's a typical situation, I think, when, unfortunately, I also had the experience to start with 2 losses and some loss in a tournament. So I can also talk about my own experience.
Who didn't, Judith? Even Magnus, I remember we played in Bilbao. He started with 2 losses in 2010. He was already #1. And Kasparov started with 2 losses. If I remember, it was a rapid tournament also in Mainz. And I remember he started with 2 losses, actually exactly against the same players, like Magnus, me and Vichy, both times. Yeah. So, and both times first and second round, I think. So it's, I mean, I think everyone in his career at least once experienced this 0 out of 2.
Or her career, right?
Yes, okay.
So, but I remember that it was always a question for me, as I was always a tactical and a sharp player, and I was going for the initiative quite a bit, that I had a game, I lost, let's say, and another one, and things didn't work out. I was not in form, and of course, when you're not in form, it can easily be that you won the attack, and it doesn't turn out to be good. Mm-hmm. And then you have the question. I remember when I was later in my teenager years, I had a problem how to handle this. But later on, when I was already over 20, I understood that, well, maybe you have to admit that something does not work, and you have to admit that this is not your tournament necessarily, and things are not going on your way. And sometimes you just have to say that, okay, first requirement from myself to stop the series of losing, right? Mm-hmm. So maybe for Hans Christoph also, he thought, okay, I want to be very solid today. I try something to get a little bit, to little torture Levonian if I can, or give him a little hard time. And okay, if he plays the best moves in this kind of position, it will be a draw. So what? We play the Armageddon, right? But that he wants to choose a solid line there. He's not playing for a draw, but yes, he says, yes. I want to make it not being provocative today.
No, yeah, that's true. That again, all of us we do it from time to time. Yeah, I also did a few times this, because when I felt like whether I have nothing really, no idea in the opening, or was not feeling well, was not in good form. Yeah, I was just trying to play with white extremely safe, line, and just giving it a try. And I can tell you that more than once it worked. More than once I would manage to win actually such game where in fact I was not really playing so much for a win from the beginning. Yeah, that happened to me a couple of times. So, but probably not this time. Yeah, because yeah.
Well, we have on the board all this what we were discussing, only that Levon played from A8 to D8 with his rook, not from H8, which is actually probably more logical, I must say.
Yeah, it doesn't change much. Yeah, probably. I mean,
yeah.
White will most likely take on E6, F6, play rook E2. Black will check on F8, get his rooks active.
Well, this is why probably the A rook was more logical, so that black can play rook H F8 if he wants to, and maybe to protect.
Maybe white must try rook A D1 at least to change one pair of rooks. But rook F8 check in E3, and maybe even rook D5 to improve the pawn structure, just in case, even if it's absolutely not necessary. But and probably very soon.
In this position, what do you think? Who does it favor to exchange a pair of rooks? Or it depends on what circumstances it happens?
It depends on the circumstances, but in general, I think it doesn't change much. Yeah, it doesn't change the final outcome of the game.
I don't know. Somehow I have a strong feeling that we are not going to look at this game for too long.
Yes.
For some reason.
Yes. So let's try maybe to see what is Magnus doing.
Let's see what Magnus is up to, right? We left at bishop e7, where we considered that there are different alternatives for white. Knight f3 is one of the, I played it quite a few times, knight f3. The idea is to play e5 eventually, of course. So b5.
E5,
but
b4, yeah?
Good. Because of b4, is that correct?
Yeah, it's this long. I don't know if it's not good. It's very sharp and unclear theory. Yeah, like ef6, bc3, queen c3. Yeah, something like that. gf6, bishop h4, or something. Yeah, it was a very strange position.
I never played this. I never liked it.
I think at least
black has such a great pawn
center.
Defense. I mean, the king, of course, will stay for the rest of its life in the center, right? There is not much, or sometimes you can castle short, but usually it stays there.
Yes, it's. I think that line is considered to be fine.
But bishop f6 is the main move, right? G takes f6, very normal, common in the browser that this G pawn is taking back. And then king b1. Well, king b1 is a move in the Sicilian which is like, you can't explain exactly why it has to be, well, you can, but it's not concrete, but it somehow stands better on b1 than on c1.
Yes, I mean, it just happens in Sicilian that whatever you do, I mean, 90%, if not more, of Sicilians, sooner or later, you will have to play king b1, or there will sooner or later be a moment when you will really feel pity, I mean, that you haven't played it earlier. Yeah, so that's why many players they just do it automatically as soon as possible, not to, because they know they're going to, they will have to play king b1 anyway one day.
True. So it was queen b6.
Queen b6, f5, and I think it's, there is some new plan. Yeah, I've seen Long Castle, yeah, and it was always considered to be very unpleasant for black. But now it becomes fashionable again from the black side because he found some interesting plan, and there are many games on, reasonably many games on the top level, and it seems to be very playable position for black. So it's interesting. I, of course, don't remember exactly how is it going, but it might be, it's a kind of fashionable, the fashionable line in this unfashionable opening, I would say.
Well, I think we have a little break because we have a guest. We have Benedicte WESTRE SKOG. I hope I pronounce your name properly. Welcome in this show, Benedicte. You're one of the key persons of the organization of Norway Chess.
Thank you so much.
Yes,
Thank you for having me.
afternoon.
Well, I think I would like to ask you some of the questions regarding the tournament. First of all, how is it for you? When did you decide to make the event? How difficult it was to make your decision? And what made you to make this decision? Because it was a brave decision when you had to make it, I think.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as everything happened for everyone in March, we pretty much very quickly decided that we wanted to try to postpone instead of canceling the whole event. So we thought that, first we had to look for an opening in the calendar, so to speak, where we could fit in an event like this, both chess-wise and also with other sports and so on, even though everything had pretty much stopped, so we couldn't be sure. But we decided pretty quickly that we wanted to postpone, and we thought maybe October there would be a better chance, at least, to be able to organize an event, physical event.
So were the things and plannings, did it go according to your plans, or was it much more difficult than you expected it to be?
Well, it was definitely much more difficult because we didn't know exactly what would happen. So we couldn't really prepare because things were changing basically week by week, even day by day. And so it wasn't until I think late July that we knew if the borders were going to be open and so on. So it was very hard to prepare, but the things we could prepare was how we wanted to make the event as safe as possible if we could manage to get it together.
How were the players reacting on the changes and that the tournament was postponed and it was going to be organized? Were they skeptical, positive, open to it, or what was their feedback? Were they very worried about that?
Well, as soon as we postponed, we told the players that we didn't really know what would happen for sure, but we asked if they had time to just move it from June to October. And almost everyone had the possibility to do that. So then we scheduled the ones that we could. And we tried to plan as best as possible for that. But the players, I mean, most of them, they weren't really skeptical because we kept an open communication with everyone to just keep in touch, like the updates on changes and so on, and the situation in Norway, the situation in the countries where the players were based and so on. So I think that the open communication there was really helpful.
But as far as I understand, that the players definitely had to arrive, all of them, much before than usually they are arriving, because usually they're arriving a day or 2, 3 if somebody comes from the US. But now they had to arrive like 10 days before the start of the event. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. So they had to stay here in Stavanger for quite a while before the tournament started. But even that, I think they've handled really well. And I think some of them were really surprised too that quarantine wasn't that bad, in the sense that it's quite free in Norway because we have a lot of space outdoors and you can be outside, you don't have to wear your mask and so on. So we tried to do our best also to make it as nice as possible for them. So we brought them like lots of like goodie bags with snacks and stuff and games. Like we did so many things just to try to like not make them go get cabin fever. And we have like really nice bikes here that they can use and so on. There's the hotel where they're staying is close to 2 really nice lakes, the ocean, and so on. So I
what
think it
kind
was not the worst place to be in quarantine.
That's for sure. What kind of measures you have to take in order to make the tournament venue safe and all the players to feel safe and to be safe? Do you make any tests during the tournament, COVID test, just to make sure?
Yeah, absolutely. So we had them tested twice, and not just the players, but also other team members and crew that was flying in to make sure. And everyone involved, even people from Norway, you know, we have other people involved, volunteers and so on. And we all done a lot of measurements to try to stay away from other people for a while. You know, we made like a cooperation with a private hospital, some doctors from there. We have a sponsor that gives us hand sanitizers and other equipment to like disinfect the stuff that we need. We've written several documents to describe what type of measurements that we're doing during quarantine and also after now during the games, because it's good if everyone tried to stay away from people as much as possible still.
So what can you say? It's the 8th time that you organized the Altibox Norway chess event. I was fortunate to be there last year, and I was happy to experience the atmosphere and your kindness. And it's also great to see organizers like you, that you pay attention. You pay a lot of attention to the players. And if you can summarize, what do you think? How do you feel after the first 2 rounds was gone? Is everything seems to be the same as in the previous years, or what are the main changes that you feel that this year is so different?
Well, definitely the biggest change is that there are a lot of like less people here. Usually it's quite buzzing, and we have you know, the Chess24 studio here. We have spectators, people coming to go inside the playing hall to look at the players in action and so on. We don't really have any of that this year, so it's super quiet. And also usually we have a lot of side events. We have an open tournament, we have a kids tournament. All that is very limited. The open tournament is canceled, and so is the kids tournament. We're still doing something. We're doing something for the Global Chess Festival, your festival, small event tournament this year.
Yeah, that's great that you are thinking a lot about the wider perspective in chess. And actually, you're also doing every year a special event parallel to the Norway Chess event. It's the Norway Summit, right?
Absolutely.
And I see that you are also organizing that this year. Can you say a few words who are the lecturers and who are appearing in that day?
Yes, absolutely. The Norway Summit Conference is still going on this year. We're allowed to be 200 people gathered for that. That's a day event, so none of the chess people that are here are involved in that. But the topic this year, it's not about chess. It's about new technology and how we can use new technology to accelerate the progress to reach the global sustainable goals, the UN goals. So we will talk about that, and also a little bit about the pandemic and how it's affected the economy, both in a macroeconomic way, but also in a smaller scale close to home here in Norway. So we have a lot of really, really interesting people that are doing great jobs within their fields. And we'll have some international speakers as well, but they will be with us on video. And one of them is Kenneth Rogoff, Grandmaster Kenneth Rogoff, and he's agreed to give us a lecture and also answer some questions on the day, straight from his office.
I think there are much more questions nowadays than answers of the economics and the technology and so on and so on.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, I was there last year and it was very interesting. this conference, and I think it's interesting that you're combining also the outreach of chess, and people are gathering together there, and they have a chance to see the world champion and other top players.
Yes, yeah.
Which is also interesting, and I think it's very unique that in your event, actually the Norway TV, who has the TV rights of Magnus Carlsen's appearances, right? And most of the time, after Magnus finishes his game, his obligation is to go there first in the studio. Right. And actually, some part of the lobby of the hotel is actually set up for the studio. How is that happen that it's part of your event, and how does it fit? And maybe you can tell us a little bit about that. How do you cooperate, and how is chess in Norway?
Yeah, I mean, right here where I'm sitting now, I'm just sitting right behind the TV2 studio, so I can basically just reach my hand and almost touch the commentators at the TV2 studio. So it's very close. And this year we're even closer than normal because we had to fit everything in a smaller area, because we close off so that we make sure that outsiders, so to speak, can't enter, to make sure that we have as few people here as possible. But I mean, TV2, it's good for Norwegian chess, or for chess in Norway, because they have the way they produce their broadcasts is that it's not as, they have guests every day and so on, and they try to reach out to new audiences.
Yeah, I think it's quite exceptional what Magnus and in Norway, the professional media and the professional people could create in your country, that chess became so important and the whole country is following Magnus's success.
Yeah, but it's not a given. I mean, we had some meetings with TV, I think it was back in 2012, and the feedback we got back then was that chess would probably not be as popular on TV. But I mean, it's been amazing. It's been they have a lot of viewers, so they definitely got proven wrong there, which is great.
Well, it's sure that they do something right, and they have somehow the right components of the things that it works. I think I will let you go because you have a lot of things as the organizer. There are always issues, I know, but still, before we let you go,
just one question, if I may enter this conversation of two beautiful ladies with my with my terrible Russian accent. I wanted to ask Benedicte about the sponsors. Actually, I mean, did you have any problem when, you know, in this situation when you had to postpone or to ask maybe sponsors if they wanted to have it online or live, I mean, offline, so to say. So, yeah, that's interesting to know, is the position of the sponsors. And was it their decision, or maybe more decision of the organization committee finally to still make it live, yeah, so to say, you know, in Stavanger?
Yeah, that's a really good question, actually, because part of the reason why we ended up deciding to postpone and not to cancel, because it would have been easier for us as well to just cancel it and have even more time to plan for next year. But we wanted to do our best and try to make an event this year, a tournament, and even if it's different than normal, we really tried hard to do that because it means a lot to the sponsors. And I think they have been really grateful, and they've seen us work hard, and I think they really appreciate that. But on the other side, the work towards sponsors, it's been hard for us trying to access new prospect sponsors this year, because it's hard. We couldn't really have any new meetings or anything. Even big companies today, they don't really take any new meetings. So it's still hard to do the very important work that we have to do to get sponsors and to extend the contracts that we have with the sponsors we already have.
Well, we got an answer there. And before we let you go, I just have one more question, because you always make some special day on the free day for the players.
Yeah.
And can you share with us what kind of exceptional program are you making this year? Because I think last year they were cooking, and they had.
I remember I was milking a cow.
Yeah.
Even won this competition in together with Wesley Saw.
Yeah, that was amazing. Winners. Yeah, you were a good farmer. Yeah, for sure. I mean, this year we're actually doing a competition again. So we prepared the players to prepare mentally for that. We did not tell them what exactly it is, but it will be this Friday, and it will be filmed. So hopefully Chess24 you will be able to access and show to viewers what's going on, even live. So they will be competing, and also Magnus will be playing blindfolded chess against 5 people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
Okay,
we'll do something, and we'll make sure that it's online, so you can see it.
Okay,
and
so
when
it
does it
sounds
start?
interesting.
When exactly does it start?
It starts 5 p.m. So same time as normally the games start. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much for all the updates.
Thank you so much, and enjoy the show that you're making.
Thank you.
Get it.
Have a nice day.
Bye.
Bye. In the meantime, Vladimir, I get a hint from our tech team that actually Magnus is in the confessional booth. So maybe we will get some information, some hints what is really going on in this round. But let's go back where we stopped before we had Benedicte on the show. And we had f5, long castle, bishop d3, very normal developing move, right? King b8, very classical way of continuing. Knight e2. So what's the idea of knight e2? Eventually go to knight f4 or knight d4 at some point. So black played bishop c8. Everybody plays the typical moves, right? Knight f4. And now Magnus is thinking. So what can he be playing, you think? But please unmute yourself, because the valuable words we don't hear from you. We still don't hear from you, and I'm afraid that you're saying something very important.
Yes, I don't know what happened. It's very strange, maybe by accident. Do you hear me now?
Yes, and actually I can also read the confessional booth message, what Magnus said. He says, I have actually done everything wrong. I destroyed my pawn structure. I castled to the side where my king is not especially safe. I got the bishop there. 1 second. Is that as long as they are still there, it has a value? That's what Simon Agdestein used to say. Well, he was his coach, of course. The bishop pair is best in long games. My hope is that it can gradually become strong when the position is opened up. There is also a danger for white that he plays too aggressively, thinking he can do anything. I think it can become quite an exciting fight. Currently, everything is possible.
Yes, I would agree with all he says, but now it's actually a very interesting moment if black maybe can try to play d5 now. It looks to me like quite an interesting option. Because he has to hurry black. White.
Actually, in the meantime, Magnus played knight e5.
Knight e5, yeah.
But d5, what you just mentioned, it looks very aggressive, Vlad.
It's more even prophylactical than aggressive, yeah, because I think white might otherwise get c4 and get a lot of grip on the position, yeah. So d5...
Sorry, Vladimir, but you can't sell this to me that d5 you play for prophylactical purposes. Sorry about that. No way.
I mean, it's trying to do something before you are in a difficult strategically situation. And ed5, yeah, there's some ideas like knight b4, but actually ed5, yeah, probably.
Yeah, I guess you have to take it, but I think white is going rook e1. I would be very happy to play it with white, I think.
Black has his play, I believe, here as well. Let's say you can maybe try even to play d4, trying to go bishop b4 somehow. Then, I mean, there are some black squares, and it's sharp. It's hard to say what is the position, but black has his chances here as well. I mean, at least it's an interesting option, because very often white tries to exchange the pawns first, like fe, fe, and then to play knight f4. And then already d5, e5 is not so good for black.
But this is always an issue in these positions, right? It's always a question when to take on e6. And if you take e6, then the tension is not there anymore. If you don't take it, then, for example, what you said, d5 is possible.
Yeah, of course. But chess, in general, chess is quite a complicated game. I don't know if you noticed, JUDIT. There are lots of questions like this, you know, in every practically in every single game. Yeah, and Sicilian is a complicated opening. But yeah, you're absolutely right that that's always one of these questions which white have to think about on each move practically, whether to take now on e6 or not, or wait. Knight e5 was played. I still like d5. I don't know. I prefer d5, but of course it's very okay. Knight e5. Probably if I would be white, I would just try maybe to go rook h1, something like this, just to try to...
that should be the place for the rook.
Because now already it's not easy to push d5, yeah, as far as I understand. And
well, you stopped c4 already with knight e5.
Yeah, and what is black's plan? I don't know. Yeah, what is... because, of course, black would be very happy to play bishop b7, to put bishop there, but now this pawn on e6 is hanging.
Well, eventually, probably he may play h5, maybe even now, and later on to play. What do you think about bishop f8 and?
Yeah, that's a possible
h6
plan. But after h5, maybe white has also his ideas. Like, for instance, trying to go bishop f1. I mean, as an idea, and then already knight d4 might be a threat at some point.
Where do you go? Sorry, bishop
f1, for instance,
F1,
or even
yeah.
or e2. Maybe h5 pawn is hanging also. Bishop e2. A little bit strange, but.
So what about bishop f8? I mean, eventually, if I can go bishop h6, it would be good. As we read, Magnus was not so happy with his bishop pair, so probably when the bishop is on e7, he can't be so proud of it, right?
Yeah, but maybe I can now take on e5 and on h5, or take a knight h5 immediately also. It has to be takes.
But what about taking e takes f5?
D5 squares, and yeah, it's
Well, now it looks like a Sveshnikov, right?
Yes,
Structurally.
strange Sveshnikov with a king on b8. Yeah, maybe,
Yeah,
but EF. I mean, it's complicated, but I would say pretty dangerous for black, in my opinion, with the king on this part side. Yeah, maybe g4, bishop f3, g4. Let's say g4.
Oh, bishop g6.
Bishop f3.
I mean, I have also my plans with black, right?
Yeah, of course.
d5,
yeah,
bishop c5, or bishop
h6. Bishop f3, maybe.
And after bishop h6, you want to go g5?
I want to just queen d5, just some...
queen d5, sorry. Actually, I wanted to go d5, but I can't because both of my pawns.
No, of course, then, you need to start calculating variations always, but somehow I thought d5 was... I liked it more, but knight e5, let's try to analyze it further, because rook e1, I want to understand what is the black's plan now after rook e1. Because white's plan is pretty clear to me, yeah? I mean, white wants to get bishop f1 and knight d4 maybe, or bishop e2, knight d4, bishop h5. There is a certain... I mean, white has useful moves, so now black has to choose whether he's trying to maneuver his bishop, to h6, or maybe rook h8, bishop f8, just to protect the e6
What about
pawn.
rook g8?
Rook g8, yes. Let's say bishop f1. I still follow my general plan. Because once you play bishop f8, always knight h5 might start to be.
Yes, that's why I was hesitating actually, because knight h5 I didn't like too much. Though still black can go back to e7 and your knight is not standing so well on h5. Now d5 will be in there.
Maybe queen h6 and then again you need to start to calculate variation. But yeah, now black
now
is...
I may take on f5.
Yes, it's true.
But also I can go,
knight
for example, knight
f6,
g4.
Maybe. Knight g4, queen takes h7.
You're greedy. Sorry, but you're taking such a poisoned pawns.
Yeah, I need to break through somehow on the king side. And it to me seems that it works. Rook,
but
you
maybe
just
it's just a draw. I can play rook h8, rook g8.
But fe, if I take fe here...
Bishop takes.
You want to take with a bishop, then maybe.
Well,
knight...
I can't really take with anything else, right?
Yeah. Knight f4. I don't know if it will work.
Well, it's perpetual, I think. Rook h8 and.
I wanted to sacrifice a queen.
Sorry.
No, I wanted to sacrifice a queen, like knight f4, rook h8, queen g7, and knight takes e6. And I like my position here.
You're happy. Finally, you could get rid of your queen.
Yes,
sacrifice something again.
One knight on f5, another knight on d5.
Okay. That's still a huge journey. Nowadays, you don't travel so long, right?
Yes.
With your knight from f3, I mean, it takes years until you get to d5. But to f5, you reach out.
This type of play, it's hard to say. But of course, at some point, and pretty soon, it will probably become rather concrete. Rather direct play, because black has to protect all his pawns. Yeah, but of course he's got a lot of counterplay chances for counterplay. So I think what is Tari thinking about now? Maybe he is hesitating if he maybe wants to play bishop e2 right here, just to avoid losing tempi, so to say, on rook e1. It's
but
an
usually, I mean, the rook's place is on e1, no?
Yeah, I agree.
Actually, we can talk a little bit about these rooks, generally speaking, because for me, when I was a kid, it was quite obvious where I put my pieces, generally my bishops, my knights, even my queen, my king. I usually castle different color sides, so I castle long. But in some cases, of course, I had to castle short, or even playing with the black pieces. But in many positions, I had to understand, and this was, interestingly enough, it was not an opening preparation. As we discussed it yesterday, we touched this topic already, that how much you have to have your opening preparation, how many moves, and how much you have to understand the middle game, right? And in most of the positions, in the D4 systems and in every system, somehow you have a place for your rooks, right? In this position, usually white has his rooks on D1, E1, that's the most common, and also sometimes on F1, I think.
Yes.
On the F5, right? So for black in this position, your rook is on D8, or sometimes rarely on C8 if the bishop is still on D7. The other rook usually goes to E8 or G8, but most often it stays on H8, right?
Yes. Something like that, yeah. But for black, it also very much depends on what kind of plan is he choosing, yeah? Because there is a plan trying to push his H pawn here, yeah, like trying to play H5, H4. Then, of course, you keep it on H8. And another conceptually different plan is to put it on E8 in order to protect the pawn on E6 and in order to be able to move your bishop to B7. So it's, that two, I would say, those rook E8 is already clearly showing the plan, the next few moves. But I would say most of the time they're trying to play H5, H4, something like that, because the problem often comes with knight H5, queen H6. If rook is moves out from h8, then yeah, something like that. But then knight h5 is coming.
Yeah, it seems like rook e8, bishop f8 is not the best possible plan for black, I have the feeling.
Quite often, yeah. That's
because knight h5 is there, right?
I mean, and then you have to be ready for d5, for example, here, and just maybe it works, d5, and then
here?
Just to calculate variations very, very deeply. I mean, in advance, d4, and then to see what is going on. Yeah.
Well, you would probably go knight e5 here, right? But let me move my queen.
Also looks quite quite damaging. But who knows? Let's say, what about some strange play? And you don't, I'm sure you don't expect anything else from me than that. But yeah, I don't see.
Now maybe it's difficult.
I don't see how it can work. Yeah, maybe EF.
Yes, but EF knight e5.
And I wanted some bishop d6, maybe.
Yeah, but there. I mean, the rook is on e8.
Ah, sorry, rook is. Ah, yeah, sure, of course. Yes. So, but sometimes it works. I expect probably black to. He needs to do something rather quick. I mean, to be very, very accurate here, because if white gets what he wants.
I would definitely go rook e1.
Yeah, rook e1 is a very typical move, very logical and typical move. And maybe what is the idea? Black might try to play d5 maybe here.
And after e takes d5?
e5, I wanted to take on f3 and to play e5.
Mm-hmm.
Something like that.
Makes a lot of sense.
If it works, I'm not sure still, because ef4 is not threatening.
It's not threatening.
But yes. But it will be threatening one day. Maybe c4, if it works, then b takes c4 and bishop b4 will come.
Yeah. And also the f5 pawn is under attack time to time.
And otherwise it might be pretty fine for black, because if he gets back the d5 pawn. So you see lots of nuances. Like, I mean, maybe d5, f takes e6, then h... maybe fe d probably. d4, I suspect.
Takes?
No, it should be fine. Even knight f3 and fe6. So yeah, that shouldn't be.
But can after fe6, knight e6 is not possible?
Knight e6. Bishop.
Well, you think only you can sack? No, I'm just going.
Well, even bishop a2 is not a big. Maybe deal, but yeah, of course I would try to keep. Well,
your king on b8 is not something.
I would try to keep. And now maybe rook g8 if I can.
Yeah, the back rank is
and rook g1 is coming, yeah?
Yeah.
After b3.
Yeah. Okay, so what do you think? We analyzed this pretty much. So now we are waiting for Ariane to decide where he's going to place his rook, which is kind of the most logical, I believe. Oh, bishop e2 makes some sense, because it might be a good way to prevent d5, because then already after d5. Even so, I'm not completely sure it prevents d5. No, but actually, bishop e2 has not only the idea of preventing d5, but moreover to go knight d4, right? So it is very concrete.
Even if again after knight d4, now d5 might work already. Yeah, knight d4, d5. So it's
first black has to make a move. That's the first. But actually, can't black take on f5 and after knight d5 in b7?
Usually they don't do it, yeah, but sometimes it can work.
And even queen f2 is not, because I have to defend the e7 bishop, of course.
Okay, ef probably just.
Well,
bishop takes.
If I took it already, then I really take the pawn.
Yes, maybe knight d4.
But knight d4.
Bishop e4, I suspect. Yeah, but then the king can't really start to experience some knight c3 or knight takes e7 and rook e1. Maybe knight takes e7, then bishop
But it
f3.
doesn't look so bad for black.
It's not too bad, but the king is still like a long.
Rook e1, I will go back in b7.
And bishop f3. I just want to change. I mean, maybe even bishop f3 to start with bishop f3. Yeah, just to change. And now my knight on d4 is very powerful. No, it's not bad for black, yeah, but it's dangerous, I would say, yeah, because king is
but I
also.
think f5 I can go.
Yeah, knight takes f5, maybe. Okay, I cannot. Sorry. Yeah, maybe just queen f4 or even take on e4 and queen f4.
Yeah, but then I wanted to go rook g8.
Rook g8, yeah, I guess. But still, rook g8, some knight f5.
E5,
yes.
E5 knight.
No, of course, yeah, it's not so easy, but it's not. But it's difficult to play with. Black king is very weak, yeah, here somehow. Usually, black tries to avoid it, yeah, this type of position. But it might be playable, yeah. I mean, usually they try to play for d5, e5, those.
Okay, so we consider bishop e2 is one of the options for white. The other one is rook he1.
Or any prophylactic move which would stop d5, maybe even like queen e2, something prophylactic, maybe trying to play c4 at some point. I mean, there are plenty of moves, yeah, plenty of possible moves. But it's more like a tactical now. Of course, white has to be very careful and very accurate tactically, not to miss some d5 with a powerful counterplay.
Well, I think it's a great opportunity to spend a lot of time on the next move decision.
Yes.
To decide. True. Let's go a little bit to the other games. We haven't seen Ali Reza's Fabiano game, and actually we end up something similar. We were talking back quite some time ago, because it happened that actually black did not castle after knight b3, but played knight c6, knight c3, e6, e4, castle.
I actually think it is theory still, yes.
Most likely.
I see. Ed knight d5.
So what happens if white would just take the pawn? Probably it seems like Fabi just likes to sacrifice pawn in every game. I would
try maybe to play c3 now. If I can.
Weren't you the person who said that the isolated pawns are not to blockade, but to take them?
Yes, but the problem is maybe d4 after c3, yeah?
But let's see what happens if
to take, it seems to me that black will get a lot of initiative here, yeah, with knight b4, bishop h3.
The pawn back very fast. Right?
Bishop e4, maybe not immediately, but a lot of play. It looks like bishop.
You wouldn't play f5, yeah?
Rook e8, also bishop h3. Yeah, a lot of initiative. So probably, I mean, although of course white is very safe, but I think it looks like c3, because if I manage bishop e3, it would be not bad. Just the question is maybe if c3, d4. Because bishop c6, this of course shouldn't be anything for white at best.
But maybe dc3 even, no?
Yes, but even bc with such a diagonal, black probably cannot be worse. But my idea was maybe more to take cd and to try to use this extra tempi somehow in this position. And maybe to develop the bishop and it's almost symmetrical, but maybe this tempi, my bishop e3, yes, probably.
Knight f5 maybe.
Bishop c5 I want, yeah. Sometimes this tempi actually is very important in those positions.
And what about knight takes on b3?
Queen b3 and yeah, I'm like 2 tempis up. So the question if black is in time with bishop e6, but queen takes b7, it still has to be proven. Rook b8, queen takes a7. Not sure. a4. Still, I don't see how to get back this pawn.
Yes, it's not so obvious.
Pawn after all, yeah. So knight takes d5 maybe wasn't edc3. I guess it's probably theoretical, yeah. But knight e4 actually it shows that Reza is playing for a win. I mean, because knight takes d5 was completely safe with absolutely.
But also maybe it's a matter of character that it's probably not. It may be not much at all. Probably actually, I think after knight d5, edc3, black would not play d4.
But then I get bishop e3 and I know it's...
Well, black goes, let's say, bishop e6, bishop e3, knight e5.
Bishop d4. That's a very nice torture. Very nice torture. I'm enjoying, you know, I'm already, give me white. I want to change these bishops and...
So you get back to chess, yeah, to competitive. Now you have the feeling that I want to play myself this one.
No, actually, I think I won one game not such a long time ago. In 2018, in very similar structure against Fabiano, and yeah, somehow I managed to torture him till his death, you know, in this type of position. So it's not so easy maybe for black. Even f3. I mean, I think that this isolated pawn. I don't like when the black's bishop is on g7. I think that might be sometimes a problem because with bishop on d6, I think it's a little bit better version for black with bishop on g7, which is not so active because of pawn on c3. And it's becoming much more difficult to avoid exchanging of these bishops. I mean, that is at least, comfortable for white, yeah? I mean, knight e4 is a move. Frankly, I'm not big fan of knight e4.
But interesting move was played by
move,
Fabiano. Knight e5. What a nice knight parade.
Yeah, now of course knight d4 must be played, yeah?
Of course, of course. We have to, at least they didn't play, we have to, best possible place for the knights, right?
Yes, that's true. And
very rarely happens, to tell you the truth, but actually white played h4.
h4?
But of course, since we have alpha 0, h4 is kind of a must move in every game, don't you think so? Well, of course, Larsen was back in the old days was also h4 all the time, but
no, it's okay. Actually, it is interesting. It's quite interesting idea, but very unusual. I would say very unusual.
So in these kind of positions, there are always a huge dilemma, even though maybe in this position there is not such a big dilemma to protect. To do something against h5 by playing h5 or to allow h5? This is always a question.
True. I wouldn't actually. Of course, black can always play very safe h6 move. Yeah, I don't know if h5 in this particular situation is so dangerous, but probably if I would be black, I would play h6. You know, just in case. Yeah, just to be safe.
So what about just playing queen e2?
Yes, queen c7, probably black should try to get to c4 somehow.
Yeah, that actually bothers me from white, that if you play queen c4 next or even knight c4.
Maybe white would finally go knight d4 and c3, no, something like that, at least to block this diagonal.
Knight d4 should be happening in the game, must, right?
Yeah. Knight d4, why not? Also, you want knight b5 somewhere.
a6?
a6 and now c3 just to protect the knight or something like that.
I wonder if black can play f5 anytime or it's too much.
Yeah, we'll go back. Yeah, the e6 pawn.
Because where you go to d2 and
yeah, to d2. Yeah, probably.
And what about f4? Or this is too provocative?
A bit of weakening.
It's okay, maybe I don't go f5, I just go bishop d7.
Yes, and rook d1 or rook e1, very strange position.
Yeah, very interesting.
Very interesting, complicated. Also h5, g5, f4 might be an option at some point. So very complicated position. But it's an interesting way, what white played. I'm pretty sure I would have taken on d5 and tried to squeeze something there and probably wouldn't manage because frankly after knight d5, e d5, c3, d4, c d4, knight d4, bishop e3, knight c6 probably should be good enough to equalize.
You're still there in
I'm
this
there,
game.
yeah. Knight d5.
You're still here.
Yes.
You're still here.
So probably d4, c takes d4.
But for us, it's much more interesting that they played knight d4, knight d5,
definitely.
and h4. The game is much more interesting.
I agree. I fully agree. I mean, I don't think it is any worse than knight takes d5. It just keeps the game going, keeps the tension on the board, and I'm pretty sure the game will be very tensed. I'm pretty sure about it because.
Do you think h6 is the best move? Clearly.
No, I'm not sure, but at least if not h6, then white has a clear plan. h5, and then maybe having some piece on g5. But another idea is maybe b6. Yeah, b6.
But I'm pretty sure h4 was a surprise for Fabiano, no?
Mm-hmm. b6, trying to go bishop a6.
h5?
Yeah, bishop a6 and...
Rook e1?
Maybe... yeah, rook c8.
Yeah.
Because black is very active, yeah, but white has
it's
his...
kind of
strange, but maybe knight d4 will be played sooner or later in this position. Because it's really, yeah, it's kind of activating, yeah.
We have on the board h6 move.
Yeah,
and I think after h6, we can switch to the young Christoph against Levon. Let's see what's going on, because not much has happened, right? If we go back to this position, more or less where we stopped, it's kind of a drawish endgame, right? So the players could agree to a draw if it would be allowed, because I have the feeling that they are not allowed to agree draw maybe before 30.
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure about that.
Sure about that, yeah.
But anyway, so they were continuing the game. I think it's just completely equal. It should be. It
is, but black is not any worse. I mean, black has a D line, so I don't quite understand who is playing for what. If white is trying or black is trying.
I have the feeling that Levon doesn't mind to play on. And now they have their pawns. So I think they will.
I have a feeling that it's black who is trying something. Yeah.
Well, eventually he wants to try a4, I guess. I mean, for example, here in the next move, probably a4 would be the move. So now what about exchanging the rooks?
I think it's high time to try to play safe, yeah, for white, because I don't see any real prospect how he can play for a win. It's just there is a certain small problem there, potentially, that black's king can go via f5, g4, but it's very, very theoretical.
Well, for now it would be a beautiful
for now you cannot,
right?
Yeah, at minimum, yeah. So it's
for now it's not the best, but I'm expecting somehow some repetition of moves it can get easily. But maybe after rook
but
e3,
then rook takes e3, yeah. Maybe king takes e3. Yes, king f5, h3, maybe rook d1.
Do you like pawn endgames?
No, because you need to calculate a lot of variations in pawn endgames.
And if you miscalculate something, you can feel very stupid.
Yes. So I don't like pawn endgames unless obviously, very obvious. But really? h3, no, but it's obvious that it's black who is trying a little bit something. He can even play e5 or something. But
e5 then is just
at minimum. But also a4 somewhere. I mean, black can still try a bit.
After a4, I think white will be grabbing this pawn.
Yes, rook d4
and rook b2.
Rook b2, and yes, rook takes e4 maybe. Some rook. If you take, then I want to check, and king e4.
Yeah, because now you can check, and you take with the check the pawn. Yeah, so it's kind of tricky, right?
Maybe g4 check is enough to make a draw there instead of rook b5. Here, rook takes a4, g4 check must be enough for a draw. Yeah. Takes, king takes, rook e6. So, yeah. Must be a draw, but still, yeah, it's. I think that it's white who has to be slightly, accurate. I mean, it has to. So it's yeah, it was not a great treatment so far of the same game, because from the beginning it was very, very slightly better for white. Now it's maybe very, very slightly worse, but it's still, of course, very drawish.
Yeah, but that's how it goes in the rook end games, right? I mean, there were, for example, very painful games for Anand when he lost some drawish end games, but he was not the only one. Even Gary was losing drawish rook end games, and probably it happened with many of us. But it is one of the most difficult end games, and actually the most frequently which comes up in a game, I think.
Yeah, I had some very nice rook end games, but also some incredible failures as well myself. So it's a very difficult end game, rook end games. Yeah.
Okay, I think we have Fiona with us, and if we can have unmuted her microphone so we can hear her comments also about what is really going on in the playing hall area, what is the atmosphere, probably something on the social media, and so on.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Perfect. Well, first of all, good to see you. Hello.
Good to see you.
And yeah, it's already round 3 over here. Things are still good. Everyone is still in high spirits. Yesterday especially was very nice. I know you talked to Levon with his birthday, was a special day. And of course, a lot of action with the Armageddon. But yeah, today there's some more, and I decided to bring you some treats, bring you something to discuss about a little bit. So I think Satiris has prepared that. And maybe, Judith, I will let you read them out because I don't actually see the screen. So I will let you, if you could, or do you not? Do you see them?
I don't see it yet.
Then I need to.
I think I can see it. Yeah.
Shortly, yes.
Ivan
Strange
Sokolov.
comment. Ivan Sokolov came to us and said, "Black castle in queenside does not happen often in Rouser." Really? But the rest is what Rouser is about. Magnus really thinks what.
So that was a response to the tweet that is below when Tarjei was translating the commentary booth comment that Magnus made. And so I wanted to hear your thoughts. What do you think? Does Magnus, when he goes into the booth, do you think he's always saying exactly what he thinks, or do you think there can be some bluff sometimes?
Well, actually, the original message was like Magnus takes his pre-game sign of respect to his opponent seriously.
That's another, sorry.
That's another one. Sorry.
Yeah.
No, but I think Rouser, I agree with both of them this time, yeah, because most of the opening lines, of course, it's maybe the only line with bishop d7, b5, and f4 where black castles long in Rouser. But in this particular line, it's practically always the case. In most of other lines of Rouser, yeah, you make short castle or keep your king in the center. So in some ways, are both correct. That would be my
And what do you think about Magnus when he goes into the commentary booth? Do you think he's always saying exactly what he thinks?
No, I'm sure. I mean, so far, everything he have been saying is very logical, and I agree with 99% what he says is right. It makes a lot of sense. So yeah, I'm sure he does.
And also, I think the photo that we are now seeing on the show, that's another tweet that was tweeted by a viewer, and we can see Magnus there in a pose with his head on the table. I think usually that's the pose that we see when he's not too happy. Would you agree?
We saw the same pose by Firuza, actually.
Interesting.
Yeah, but when you sit there on the board and for a few hours, and sometimes you just want, I don't know, you want to change positions, and I think it's kind of
especially which is on the board, right?
and in fact, this is a position, it's like a stretching, yeah? It's in a way, it stretches your body. So I do sometimes this thing just it's like feels like your muscles start to live, yeah. I mean, your blood starts to circulate, so it's more physical than psychological, or let's say, I don't think it's so much connected with position or with emotions you have. It's actually a very strange thing that, yeah, I felt exactly this position is quite, you feel better in your back, yeah, after that. And for me it is with my height, and it's always an issue. So I know I think it's not connected with the position.
But I'm not sure he likes his game so much, Magnus.
You mean today?
No, in this position after bishop e2.
I think he likes because okay, that's he got a game. Yeah, that's very important. It's obvious by his opening choice. He have played d5, by the way, as we were discussing. By his opening choice, it's clear that he wanted to get a complicated game, even if not totally equal, and he got it. Yeah, I mean, I think there is no reason for him to feel bad about how it's all going so far.
And just before we get to the last tweet, actually, there is one more I saw just before coming, and I didn't have time to prepare it, but as you were both smiling when you saw Ivan Sokolov, who recently only joined the Twitter sphere, but he is a man of strong opinions and he's not afraid to share them. He also tweeted something that he spent the last few hours analyzing the game between Magnus and Alireza yesterday, and that he thinks that Alireza is already a little bit in Magnus's mind, and that Magnus showed him quite some respect. So what do you think? What do you think about that?
I think Magnus takes him seriously. That's very clear. He in the rapid events and the online events which were going on, quite a few events they were playing also, and I think Magnus is a world champion who respects newcomers and the new talents, and he's very much paying attention on the things what the youngsters are doing. And he takes him very seriously, I believe.
Yeah, I agree with it. I mean, it's not that he's afraid, of course not, but yeah, he understands that Alireza Firouzja is already a good player. Well, of course, still not yet on the level of Magnus, but he's already a very serious player, and you have to be careful, and you have to play, on full Mounty with him if you want to win. So yeah, that's quite obvious. Then whether he thinks about, in another sense, I mean, in a long-term sense about Alireza, I mean, possibly yes, but I'm sure that Magnus has other issues. Usually as you're a world champion, you think about a little more short-term things. I mean, I'm pretty sure he's much more concerned now and worried, and interested in who is going to win the candidates, the next candidates.
But funnily enough, yesterday, I don't know what Magnus said in the interview with you, but I did a quick interview with him also, and he said, yeah, of course, the games against Alireza are special, and he used this famous line that he feels like better to beat them while they are young. So it's strange to suddenly hear Magnus say these kind of things.
But I think also it's important for Magnus that actually he likes it when there are new talents showing up on the scene, because it also motivates him and gives him extra energy that he can look for new ideas, new inputs from here and there. So I think it makes him happy in some way that he likes to be challenged. This is what I feel all the time with Magnus. And it's also, I think when we were playing and Vladimir was competing, I think this was one of the most difficult for the players, that many times we were competing against each other again and again, and they were not necessarily so often that new people come. Even now it's not so often, but still you're happy when there is some fresh blood comes into the tournaments, and then you have new ideas, you can talk with the person, you can analyze with him, you get completely different views on different positions. So it is inspiring, I think.
For sure, and actually that's a good bridge to my final tweet, and then you will leave. I will leave you guys to the chat. The final tweet was talking about the little pre-game rituals that we have seen here, because it is actually the tournament regulation says that the players should not shake hands, of course, in the current situation. And so for the first 2 rounds, Magnus did the namaste greeting to Levon and yesterday as well. But today he switched it and he did this the bowing. I don't know if it's Japanese or more from that area.
Yeah,
but from the youngsters, we haven't seen so much, and that's what the tweet is talking about. But I think it's more like they are more new to the scene. So I think they're maybe a bit more shy with these things. But it's interesting to see that Magnus, every day, he found some way to greet his opponents. And
yes, but frankly, I don't see anything wrong with shake hands. I mean, you can just shake hands and immediately disinfect, you know. For me, I mean, I understand there are certain regulations, maybe probably more state regulations than obviously than a tournament regulations. But yes, I mean, shaking hands and then, yeah, just using disinfectant. I mean, I think I would really ask organizers to allow me to do this. Yeah, of course, yeah, any other way of, but it's so unusual not to shake hand, especially after the end of the game, especially, yeah.
Of course, in round 1 at the end of the...
Or when you lose a game that you congratulate, it's a bit, you know, I don't know, you feel a bit strange, yeah? It feels strange, but yeah, if it's not allowed, I would definitely try to greet in some other ways. You know, there are actually many more ways. I mean, once I remember seeing some article about it, and there are lots of ways in some African tribes. You know, there are some funny ways to greet each other. So there is a big space for new things.
I agree with you. And I mean, being here on site every day at the start of the round, I'm always hoping that I will see something new, something funny. But yeah, we will see what the players...
I remember just one thing. I remember I was very impressed because once I played in the World Cup 2013, I think, yeah, in the first round, I played with an African player, a young man, and he was wearing a hat, you know, a very nice, quite a big hat, you know, on him. And he greeted me like this, you know, taking off his hat, you know, when I came to a game. That was really nice. It's the first time, you know, I had this greeting. So why not to try this, for instance, next time?
Yeah, very nice. And I will go now. But yeah, yesterday, actually, I think it's very hard for the players because they are so used to it. But yesterday, after the first game, the classical game between Magnus and Alireza, they were both going and they realized at the last moment, and then they were like this. And actually, our photographer, Leonard Otis, he captured this moment. And people can go to the website of Altibox Norway Chess and find all his amazing photos there.
Well,
yes,
thank you very much.
We were joking one of the days. We were joking about it. Yeah, maybe for somebody who haven't seen it, our transmission, we can repeat that. You know, it's a very strange times we are living in, because if there was a rule by FIDE actually, yeah, that you must shake hands before the game, and you can be forfeited if you avoid to shake hands. Yeah, now it's exactly the other way around. Yeah, so
we're living in strange times.
Yeah, then we had a question to the organizers: do you lose a game? Do you forfeit if you shake hands? Yeah,
you missed your chance. You had Benedicte here earlier. You should have asked her, not me.
We will. We will later.
Great. Thank you so much for having me, and have fun with the rest of the round.
Thanks very much, and looking forward to have you back with some more news.
Yeah. It's actually very nice. I enjoyed it a lot. So bring us some new.
I will keep an eye. So also people should use hashtag Norway Chess for me to see their tweets. See you later.
Bye.
Have a good day.
So until then, things were happening, some action in Magnus's game, actually. So after bishop e2, d5, e takes d5, and e takes f5.
Very
happened,
original. Very
which
original.
after Ariane played knight d4. Very complicated.
It's
I must
original.
say.
Yeah, I don't like it, frankly.
With which color?
With black. I mean, I see the point. It's interesting opening black squares. Maybe knight one day can get to e4, but still too many concessions.
How do you like these 3 pawns?
If there would be extra pawns, I wouldn't mind, but there are not. Yeah, and then I don't know. To me, I find it very suspicious, this decision. But yeah, again. Of course, it makes sense, and Magnus he has some point, but yeah, just too weak those pawns, yeah, and the c6 square. I mean, it's extremely.
Well, okay, but with such an e5 knight, you're not thinking of having trouble with knight c6.
But it's extremely dangerous strategically. Yeah, it's like just few moves. If nothing really happens, then White will simply have a. I mean, his pawn structure is just, it's a winning advantage just by pawn structure.
I see you don't have words for the pawn structures he's dealing with.
Yeah, that's a rare one. That's really a rare pawn structure. But I mean, White, what he can do, he can try to play c3, queen c2, bishop f3. I don't know, unless Magnus has something very quick and very direct in his mind. Okay, these pawns are weak. Yeah. Even if it's Magnus who is playing black, but it's still weak. Yeah, the pawns. I mean, it doesn't make them stronger.
It was a strange decision to go into this triple pawn structure.
Yeah. To me, very strange. But who am I? Who am I to?
So the main
plan is to
play c3 and queen c2 for White.
Bishop f3 is another idea. I don't really see what is Black's plan. I mean, I see potentially, theoretically, yeah, but practically, because bishop cannot go to b7, f5 pawn is hanging.
Maybe Black should go bishop d7. What do you think? I'm not happy with it, but I want to free my knight maybe to knight g6.
And if I play bishop f3, for instance, I just want at some point rook e1, knight c6 check.
Bishop d6.
Bishop d6 and...
or bishop c5, sorry. I go bishop c5.
Bishop c5. Let me play b3 just to...
b3?
I just want to avoid
because
knight
c4 can be on.
I want to avoid it, but of course b3 is not necessary, but just to... I mean, what is Black's play? I'm trying to find. Of course, b3, in fact, I wouldn't play, just that I probably should.
You didn't like knight c4?
Yeah, but it's not a big deal, knight c4. I mean, rook e1, some solid moves, rook f1. Maybe bishop on f3 was not necessary, but still okay. Oh, queen c3.
So Black also develops rook e8.
Yeah. Maybe I don't need my rook on e1, in fact. Yeah, let me try to play... Let me try to think first, at least a little bit, yeah, because I'm just telling you the moves. I like so much White's position that I cannot concentrate. It looks like almost any move is better for White, but in fact, it's not true, of course. Let's try to play a good move for a change, if I'm capable of doing it. I don't know, let's say queen c3, rook c8. Yeah, you want to play. Queen c3 looks logical.
What is your plan? Knight b3?
Not really. No, knight c6 check maybe at some point.
I go, let's say,
rook c8 is very logical, yeah.
Actually, in the game, bishop c5 happened, which is quite logical to make it more active, right? You said c3, and maybe after c3 to go bishop d7.
And queen c2, then the 5 pawn starts to...
You really want to grab that pawn. Well, after
a3, queen c2, I just don't see any play from the Black side. I mean, I don't know what is Black's plan. I mean, I see what I want. I mean, I want to take f5 pawn, then next f6 pawn, and then f7 pawn. That's my strategic plan in this position. But what is Black's plan?
Well, I don't like the potential idea that knight c6 can be there. I want to move my knight sometimes.
But even if you get bishop d7, let's say I play a3, rook f1, how black can actually proceed in this position? I don't, because rook f1, knight h5, I'll start sooner or later, I will start, attacking those pawns. Let's say rook f1 even, I just don't.
You don't play a3?
Whatever. Rook f1, let's say. I just want to see what is black's plan.
What about b4?
I can ignore it, of course, or I can take on b4 as well.
Takes.
Queen c2. Or queen a3, also not bad, but threatening knight c6 check. Or queen c2, doesn't matter. Queen gets to b3.
Yeah, something like rook c8, queen b3, you go. Yeah, the king on b8 is not so
quite
nice.
weak, yeah. And I don't know. I mean, I don't know. It just looks to me really not good for black. And I also didn't quite understand the point of ef5. I thought that Magnus' idea was to take on f3 and to play e5, even if it's strange. Instead of e takes f5.
Back after e takes d5.
d5 was played e d5. I suspected he wanted to take and play e5 and try to take on
but
f5.
After all,
d6 you can take at least, yeah.
Well, d6 you take on f4, I guess.
Yeah, and then you try to take on f5. I mean,
yes, but it's not so simple.
Yeah, it's not
necessarily.
simple,
After bishop f5, I can even go g4 and knight g3.
G4, bishop, maybe c8 also. I don't know if g6.
Well, okay, fine. I go.
Yeah, you get, of course, your squares, knight g3, h5 maybe. But it doesn't look so bad. I mean, it looks like there is some counterplay. h5, knight h5, f5, rook h5.
When do you want to go rook h5?
Immediately, of course. You know me already, yeah? gh, f5.
Isn't this exaggeration?
It's risky, but maybe it's not so easy because e4 and there I have rook h8. No, but I mean something like that. It looks like quite a typical Sicilian play.
I don't know. I would think that this is too much to offer.
Yeah, I agree. Most probably it is too much. I agree, but something of that kind.
I have an h pawn, 1, 2 pass pawns there.
I have my 3 pawns. But I agree. I mean, I don't say it is good, but at least this sort of play, it looks also h5, let's say, knight h5, e4, maybe at some point. No, g4 is not. I mean, yes, it looks very playable for black. I mean, I was sure that was the idea, because now bishop c5, rook f1 is played. If we come back to the game, yeah, solid move. And what is?
Yeah, it's a big question. How does Magnus want to solve this knight c6 threat? Maybe king a8. What about rook d6? You know, I go rook d6.
Rook d6.
That's what I'm gonna do. Rook d6.
And how? I still, well, first of all, b4 might be quite unpleasant, maybe. Because I'm forcing you to check queen takes d4.
Yeah, but okay, I have a knight on e5, which actually...
Yeah, which gives certain drawing chances, yeah? You mean that's what you wanted to say? No, you're right, knight c6 is possible, but
but knight c6, rook d2, and I cannot grab on b4 because you go a3 and trap my knight.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
This is why I was not happy with knight c6.
No, if not knight on e5.
But okay, black goes rook e8, let's say. Knight moves, rook e4. I mean, it will take some time until you can win the f5 pawn, if you can.
Yeah, true, but it's quite likely that it will happen one day. No, I mean, maybe, but I think white is better here. I mean, c3, whatever. I mean, it's should be better for white.
I go knight g6.
Bishop d3, something. Because I mean, even if you take on d5 at some point, it will not make it.
Yeah.
I mean, just too bad pawn structure to my taste.
Yeah.
Very strange decision, but okay, I don't know.
So what else? Actually, rook d6, I was kind of happy, but you really play b4.
Yes, because I change everything. I mean, actually, the main, I think, one of the best black species is this black color bishop. Yeah, and if I can exchange it so easily, so to yeah.
You know what I can do? What about knight c4? But probably it's not good because you take and be c3, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
a5, but it's
well, yeah. a5, a3.
At minimum, yeah, at least. Also, knight c6 check should be checked always. But yeah, it's okay. Strategically, it looks pretty dubious. But well, let's see. Maybe black must try to push b4, a5, something at least. Creating some play on this flank, yeah, trying to stop c3, etc.
Okay, b4 makes a lot of sense, but actually black played rook e8.
Rook e8. Mm-hmm.
So now we thought that c3 is the move. One of the most logical.
One of the most, yeah. Still b4 is possible, but it's less. Maybe,
b4 here? You're joking?
Why not?
b4.
Yeah.
I'll just go back with bishop f8.
Yes, and now let's say queen c3 maybe.
It's a computer move, b4. No?
No, I don't say it's a good move. No, probably not, but it's also possible because, you know, you actually limit a bit because black doesn't have any attack there or anything. I mean, I put pawn on a3. It's quite, in a way, it's quite typical Sicilian move in the situation when your king is on b8. Maybe I want knight b3, knight c5, or even immediately instead of queen c3, knight b3. I find it perfectly possible to play b4.
Well, probably black would be playing bishop d7 and rook
c. Bishop d7, and now...
so to stop all your ideas of knight b3,
let's say if I play even maybe bishop f3 now. No, actually, I think what was better is knight b3 after b4. b4 is interesting, knight b3 here, maybe, if it works. But
I think after knight b3, maybe knight c4 is...
Yeah, that's a question. If knight c4, I wanted maybe queen d4 takes knight a5, maybe bishop c4, bc4, knight a5, if I can.
But after queen d4, can't black take on b4?
Bishop takes c4 was my plan. Then. Oh, actually, I mean, after knight c4, maybe I can take bishop takes c4, bc4, knight a5. If it works, it would be fantastic for white, I mean, strategically.
Knight a5.
Bishop b4, knight c6, queen c6, queen b4, queen b7, and you end up in an annoying endgame, most probably. Yeah? Queen takes c6, queen takes b4, queen b5, yeah. a3.
What is this?
It's still, I mean, yeah, maybe a3 is not necessary, but it's still white who is fighting for advantage. Yeah. My feeling is
interesting. This b4. He played a3.
Yeah, that's also okay. I mean, preparing b4. Yeah. No, in fact, he's just asking Magnus. Well, what do you want? Yeah, what is your next? What is your plan? And making useful moves like a3, maybe next c3, I mean next b4.
Yeah, a3 is interesting.
It's a very useful, healthy move. Yeah, keeps all options open.
Yeah, Ariane has a good game. I believe.
Probably bishop d7 must be played, yeah? Or I don't. At least it's a plan. I don't know if it's good, but it's a plan just to get rook c8 somehow.
Well, the question is whether c3. Actually, in some cases, I'm not sure I like a3. For example, if white wants to go c3, then maybe it doesn't fit so well.
But I want b4. I would play b4 and knight b3.
You go b4.
Before knight b3, yes.
But maybe b4, bishop d6.
Bishop d6. Well, first of all, knight h5. Can you protect everything? There's many things starts to be hanging. I know that it would be great. Again, it's one of our new chess variations, yeah, where you can move bilateral pawn movement. You can play f6, g6 now. That would be great. But
well, I think to play f6 to g6 is more than a dream.
Yes,
in such a position. It's more
here
than
it's pawns they start to fall simply. Yeah.
Yeah, so it seems like it.
Or bishop f8 if you play instead.
Yeah, but then probably bishop f8 already immediately, right?
Yeah, that's what I mean. If immediately bishop f8, first of all, still knight h5. If I wanted knight b3, which is also interesting, but even if knight h5, I mean, I'm laughing at you, saying, okay, mate me, attack, show me your attack.
Well, there is not much of an attack right now.
a5 probably. a5, ba5, of course, yeah. Yeah, a5, ba5 simply.
Well, it looks like
yeah,
screaming for help, yeah?
Then f6 starts to be falling.
No, it looks like the position is kind of falling apart, right?
But yeah, so that's my feeling.
a3. Okay, so why don't we look the other games, what's going on?
Yes.
Okay.
So strangely enough, the game, the game Duda Aranyan is still on, yeah? It's still going on.
Yeah, Duda Aranyan, what has happened, they exchanged the pair of rooks, which was expected. And right now, I think white is ready to exchange the rooks. So actually,
yeah,
what
but black is playing for a win, obviously. Yeah, that would be a draw, I suspect, yeah.
What is this game?
This must be drawish, probably. Yes.
F5.
H3 or something, yeah, EFGF even, and I would, just in case, I wouldn't take maybe on E5, just to be on the safe side, maybe H3, EFGF, because then I don't see how black can enter.
G5?
Yeah, FG. King G5, okay, if I want even A4, probably draw, but King G3, yeah, because white has extra tempis, yeah, white has 2 extra moves. So I don't know, maybe here, yeah, I don't know who is better and why. After A4, you need to calculate. Yeah, if I want King E5, King G. No, I think that
white who is winning, huh?
If, yeah, I don't know, but at least he can always have a draw with King E3, yeah? King G4 is, it looks like
white
it must be.
By far ahead.
Yeah, by far, I think, yeah.
Yeah.
Also, pawn endgame is probably a draw, but of course, Levon, he tries to squeeze.
So King F3.
A4 right was played, yeah? Levon played A4.
Which was actually expected, that if white doesn't play A4, and actually probably that would be the move with white if he wouldn't have played A4, I think. Just to stop.
Yeah.
Fix the pawn structure.
So A4, let's see, BA4 maybe. Of course, I would be, I don't like to let black pawn get to A3, obviously.
Yes, that's the problem. If black pawn gets to A3, then there are some
the ideas of having rook on B2 and then King F5, and then already pawn endgames might be lost with a pawn on A3. So A4 is, practically
actually it's already on the board, so it was... Duda was not even hesitating about it.
Yeah, now maybe rook C1, or rook B1. Maybe also. But...
Well, we get something very similar what we were looking before. right? After, but let's see what happens. After this, I have the
Rook
feeling that
c3
rook
check.
c3.
Yeah, rook c3 check.
First, let's say king g2, black takes on c4.
That is dangerous for white. Rook a4.
It's not so funny for white.
It's not easy. King f5, pawn to c4, king to e4. Very dangerous position.
Or king f, well, doesn't matter. King f5 first also possible.
Yeah, no, that is pretty dangerous. I mean, it's maybe still a draw, but already not so.
Maybe rook e2.
Yeah, rook e2. Yes, maybe so. King shouldn't go to f5, but rook was on b2. Yeah, maybe to play just c4.
Yeah, but after c4, I think I can go king f3. C3?
Maybe not immediately, but even c3.
C3,
I mean,
rook c2.
c3, maybe, yeah, rook c2, rook a3 or something.
King e4.
And then I will just try to win a rook g5. You know, to once you take on c3, I will try to take on a2, and who knows, yeah, some chance. At least some chances. But now I
think I can take on king e5.
King g4, and then I want maybe to get to f3 somehow. I don't know. I mean, at least it must maybe a draw, but at least it's not so trivial anymore. I mean, it's maybe king f3. I'm not in. Yeah, maybe king d5, king c4. You're in time, in fact.
Okay.
You're in time with king d5,
exactly.
king c4. But it's already. Yeah, I mean, it's. I understand. Yeah. That it should be still a draw, but white is already, and in practical game, it's a little bit of suffering already. So let's see how.
So which type of endgames is your favorite, if you can choose? Queen endgames, rook endgames, knight endgames, bishop endgames, or some mixed kind of endgames? Did you like the queen endgames? Very rarely happens.
No, because you have to calculate a lot, and it's very long, and it's always 7 hours of play.
Not here. Not here.
But it's always 100 moves game. I think I always liked a rook and a knight, or rook and a bishop. You know, against rook knight, rook bishop. I like this type of endgame. Of course, I like two bishops, especially when against bishop and knight, or two knights, obviously. Lately, for some reason, I started to enjoy two knights. I actually started to play quite many games when I had these two knights, so Morozevich style. So, but endgames, yeah, I would say probably most successful is when I had a rook and a light piece.
And how do you think about endgames? Were you ready to play verse endgames also? If you had a choice, you prefer to play a verse middle game or a verse endgame?
Probably middle game still. Depends how much verse and what, but it's no fun to play verse endgame, frankly. I mean, it depends if I know, and also it depends on the time of my career. I mean, when I was this period of career, when I played my match with Garry Kasparov, I was very good at defending endgames, and I would prefer definitely endgames. Now, since I'm, for instance, especially now when I finish playing chess and I'm playing more for, I'm just trying to enjoy, I would rather play lost middle games than a worse endgame, because, okay, I lose, who cares, but I don't suffer at least. But no, seriously, it pretty much depends on the, but I think in general endgames were always play was my strong part. I mean, all my career. So I was never avoiding endgames, definitely.
How did you get the love for endgames? Because I remember when you were like playing the first Olympiad in '92, and you won quite a few endgames there. Yeah. It was very clear that you have a great ability to play great endgames already at the very end.
I think it is very much, you know, it's quite accidental, because I'm from the provincial town, I would say, in Soviet Union. Okay, I was born in Soviet Union and on the Black Sea, but we didn't have many chess books or even or any more or less serious chess trainers. So when my father, he taught me chess, he showed me chess, and I really liked it from the very beginning. And I think there was only one chess book in our bookshop in the city, and that was Best Karpov Games, of course, yeah, because he was a world champion, yeah, and like 100 best games of Karpov, and for quite a while it was my only chess book, and of course I've studied it intensely with commands and so on, and I think it actually made a big influence on my chess. I kind of I mean, because he won a lot of nice end games and very delicate play, very excellent technique, and well, I mean, he was at that time my hero because I barely knew any other chess player, and at least because of that, not only because, of course, he's a great player. And yes, I think I just loved it because of that book. But maybe if by accident there would be only a book of best games of Tal in our local bookshop, maybe it would be totally different.
Yeah, it's interesting how someone's talented player's style is formed by chance, practically, right?
Yeah.
That when at a very young age you get a book, or somebody who you respect so much gives you a book, and then somehow you become so addicted or so engaged with that book that suddenly that is the way that you start to develop your brain, your ideas, your openings, and so on.
Of course, everybody, I mean, every top player, he sooner or later, I mean, sooner than later, becomes a universal player. Yeah, I mean, he or she can do many things well on the chessboard, but still, still there are a couple of things, or in case of Magnus Mosen, couple of things which he can do better. I mean, really on the very, very top level, and that maybe comes, quite accidentally. Yeah, like for me, endgames, and I remember Botvinnik, because I was in Botvinnik Kasparov chess school, and he was very pleasantly surprised that I was heading myself for endgames without being forced to. Yeah, and he was very happy about it, because he said it's very unusual. Most of young players, they're trying to play sharp tactical chess, and okay, they play in games and sometimes pretty well, but they're not really going for it, on their own. And I was using, almost any adequate opportunity to change queens, and I received a lot of praise for it from Mikhail Moiseyevich.
Yeah, these are so interesting, that what kind of character, kind of player you would have been, because later on, of course, we could see it very clearly that you had such a sharp, wonderful, beautiful games of yours, that it was not something far from your character. But especially when you were playing the black pieces, that's when you had the sharper games, like in the Rouser and some others. And with the white pieces, you were kind of in the shell that, you play c4, d4, knight s3.
I mean,
you don't mind
to
enter into, it was so often that your games had the queen swap at a very early stage of the game. And of course, with full ambitions you were playing. You were looking for the details, for the nuances in the 6-7 hours game, and you had all the patience, and many of the games you win.
But okay, it's finally also I guess you started in maybe with Tal or Fischer, more than Anatoly Karpov. But at the end of the day, finally you are becoming a universal player also. Yeah, I mean, so it's but Morphy was your.
No, I mean, in the very beginning, I remember that my father was very much addicted to beautiful tactical sacrifices. And those are the games he was showing me so much. And that's why actually I started to play the King's Gambit. which was actually, I won a lot of good games in that when I was a kid, but actually it was not good for my development from the point of view that I was 11 years old. I won against the Grandmaster already, and I almost made my first GM norm, and I was still playing King's Gambit. I mean, it was kind of ridiculous.
It's time to move your knight to f3 on move 2, when you're already international master.
I was very slow on switching, and that was one of the problem. I think before we switch to the other games, because it's starting to unfold pretty interesting, I just want to point out that here it was kind of strange that white played rook e3, and after rook c4 went rook a3. At first it looks very passive, but at the same time I realized that white wants to exchange the pawns with a5 and create his own passed pawn right now.
I'm still not sure about it.
It doesn't look good at first, right?
Yeah,
I had a bad feeling about it.
Because a5, ba5 will be taken. And
so maybe king f5.
King f5, I guess h3 is his plan, He wants to get this g4 check at least. Even so, I don't know, h3, e5 maybe. Of course, there are very few pawns left on the board, but...
Yes, because just to show it to our audience, if white goes a5, then black takes, rook takes, and suddenly after rook c3, white has to go back to the second rank.
Yeah,
maybe g2 is better actually, because otherwise if king f2, then king g4 can be extremely unpleasant. And then later to go rook c2 and somehow push more down the white king.
King e4 simply, and the rook c2 check is coming, and
king e4 actually is more unpleasant.
One very important small tip for our audience, maybe some are playing chess themselves. Okay, in rook endgames, what is the most important is the activity of pieces of your king and your rook. That is extremely important thing, parameter, even sometimes more than material. And here you can see that rook and king, black's king and black's rook is much more active than the vis-a-vis, king on g2, rook on a5, and that makes it the white's position at least very dangerous to my understanding. So that's why, I mean, rook a3, having rook on a3, somehow it goes against this rule. I would like to activate my rook as soon as possible and actually stop black from activating his king. I mean, that's why it looks...
I think after king f5, h3,
and
black would go e5.
e5, yeah, that's what I'm worried about.
And if let's say white takes on e5, takes, and black king is extremely active, white maybe has to go king e3 to stop king d4.
But rook e4 check maybe, or h4, some ideas like h4. It's getting really dangerous.
h4?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of shaky.
Very shaky already, yeah. Because pieces, I mean, look at the activity of, equal pawns, only 4 pawns each, but look at the difference of, of the pieces of both players, Black.
Well, I think let's go move on to after rook a3, let Levon think. How is he going to
But I'm pretty sure he's getting already excited. I know Levon, he's a player who always tries to grab his chance when he's got, of course, I'm sure he was not even, it didn't even cross his mind, this idea that he might, after the opening, that he might get some winning chances. But once he gets, I mean, he's really trying, and I'm sure that he feels it. He feels that he has a chance.
And king f5 is on the board, but we'll get back here. Let's go a bit to Firuza's game against Fabiano Caruana, because we have an exceptional setup of knights. Beautiful knights.
Yes, we got our knights, yes.
Who is going to be more powerful out of the knights and the active play? But actually, I think, black's position, at least as much as white's. But it's very
hard to say,
interesting.
yeah,
It's a very
no,
unusual
it's
position.
Very
I guess.
unusual, yeah. I mean, I always notice that when you have this jumping knights all over the board, it's so difficult to play because so many options, yeah. So I guess it's extremely difficult position to play, yeah, for both colors, for both players, yes. So because those knights they have lots of squares to jump to, but also they might be hanging in many lines. They might be sacrificed in some lines like h5, g5, knight takes g5 or something, you know. So very, very complicated position.
Well, let's go back a little bit. When we had, this seemed like an innocent position, right? h4, h6, queen e2. But in the last few moves, black started to push it with a5. So to go a4 and a3 possibly. Their knight went to d4. Of course, after a5, black has to be paying attention on the weak b5 square. Bishop d7, and white played a4, covering the b5 square, but probably moreover to make the developing possibility for himself to go rook a3. Though I'm not sure where is he heading with his rook, at least for the moment. But maybe
sometimes maybe g4 and rook to the third rank, you know, trying to attack somewhere. I think that, I mean, he has it in mind, definitely. But also it's just a way to activate the rook in general, yeah, to try to...
And what does he want to do if black goes knight c4?
Yeah, that's a good question. I was hesitate. Maybe rook f3.
Well, okay, if black goes knight e5, it's repetition of moves, right?
Yeah,
but I really like black's position, so I wouldn't go back.
Yes, I agree. Yeah. Knight c4. Let us think after knight c4. Maybe he has something like rook b3. If I try.
And the a4 pawn, you don't care?
Yes. And now the question is some tactics. Yeah, maybe some tactical things, somewhere taken on e6. I don't know where yet, but let us be creative here. Maybe h5.
It's like you have this trademark that in every move, at least once you have to sacrifice an exchange. This is the goal, that every game you will sacrifice.
Yeah, but because it's d4 knight is pretty weak, I doubt. Yeah.
No, it's because now you're in desperation, I think, no?
Yes, pretty much also this is, but I want to get some tactic, rook b7, knight c5, knight e6, you know, some tactical motives, but of course it's dubious.
Well, okay, I just take your rook.
Yes, my idea was cb.
Get rid of it.
But that's not, f4, but yeah, that's...
But it looks like...
No, it doesn't work, yeah, of course. No, it just...
It's a desperation, panic.
Yes, so knight c4, yeah, rook f3, knight e5, maybe not, rook d3, yeah, possible. Still, you can go knight e5 if you want. Probably.
No, I mean, I think black doesn't want to repeat or anything like that. I just wanted to point out that already I think black can play easily knight c4 where white is... Maybe after knight c4 he wants to go rook a2, by the way, and place b3 c4.
Yeah, but knight b4 is coming also.
Oh.
That is quite...
No, it does not look good.
Yeah, I actually don't like rook a3 move. I mean, it's of course interesting, but why it was so... I mean, I think it was just played now, yeah, rook a3.
Yeah, this was the last move.
Yeah, can we have a look at this position?
This is the position. It's very difficult to develop with the white pieces, though.
Yeah, maybe just to play c3 or knight b5. I mean, at least some solid move. c3 can never be too bad in such positions.
Yeah, but after this, rook a3, you cannot go with the idea of g4 or g3.
No, not, of course. I have different...
But I think after c3, the problem can be that black is able to play f5.
f5, yes, of course, but it's still knight d2. At least I can maybe have some targets, yeah, now. This on e line. Yeah,
And
it's a very
F4?
complicated position. F4, I can maybe even come back to E4.
Even go back to E4.
No, I mean, it looks a bit strange to move it here and back, but maybe it's okay. Yeah, anyway, black is doing fine. Yeah, just trying to understand rook a3. The idea after rook a3 is probably to repeat after knight c4. Yeah, probably. And if not knight c4, of course, I would maybe consider a move like queen c4 just to change queens, just in case, not to get mated.
But after the queen c4, what about taking and rook b3? You would go b6?
But this a4, taken on a4, then d line starts to be like bishop a4, knight b4. So many things are hanging.
That's true.
Maybe queen c4, queen a1 is a move. Queen a1.
But something like knight b4.
Knight b4, yeah. But then rook c3.
Knight
yes.
b6.
Knight b4.
Or rook c3. Sorry, rook c3.
To say, yeah, rook c3. There's so much tactics here, but yeah, the rook c3 is probably good. So after maybe queen b4 then here.
Well, after queen b4, white is playing c3. I think he would be happy. Oops.
C3 and now queen e7. Maybe it's not a bad maneuver because I want to get my knight to c4.
This is possible.
Well, very complicated position.
But somehow I'm more for playing it for black.
Yes, I agree. Black is doing well.
Somehow black is better developed, bigger harmony between his pieces.
Yeah, I agree.
Because somehow white cannot finish his development with his bishop. Okay, let's see what Magnus is up to. What do you think?
King a8 was
King
the move.
a8 finally.
And so let's try to understand.
Well, obviously he was he had enough of having this knight c6 in the air, so he wanted to free his knight, I guess.
So what now? I still sorry to be
c3.
So, no, before.
Or b4.
Sorry to be obsessive, but I still like b4.
You go b4. You're the b4 man in this game. b4.
So bishop probably f8. And now time to maneuver my pieces. Maybe knight b3 looks good. So many good moves. I'm enjoying my position so much that I start to... Yeah, knight b3 maybe.
Yeah, in black's position, the only great piece is the e5 knight, right? The rest has some issues.
Knight b3 and just
maybe
slowly...
knight g6.
But you just said that this is only...
Yes, but I want to bring my rook to e4
yes,
or e3 somehow.
Yeah, but maybe even bishop f3 simply, I don't know. It's,
then I go back.
And yes, possible, of course, but yeah, it's knight d3 also. No, knight d3 trying to go to c5. It's another idea.
After king 8, even this is possible.
Yeah, that's what I mean, knight to c. I mean, there is no doubt about the assessment of the position. Then, of course, the question is how big is white's advantage?
Maybe actually black should be exchanging queens, you know. That's what I should do.
Still bishop f3.
Takes.
Where is the fun here? Rook takes d2, maybe.
Knight e5.
Yes.
And now it's not so bad. Now it's not so bad. Knight c4 is there.
Yeah, because you have knight c4. Still, of course, it's not.
Well, after b4, these are the things what can happen.
But still, knight c5. I'm not sure you're in time. Knight dc5.
And what do you have in mind? With two knights, you're going to
I just have d6, d7 at some point. And, I mean, knight c4. Rook just goes somewhere. Rook d4.
Takes.
Takes. I'm not winning by force here by any chance.
How?
Good question, yeah.
I mean, you don't have a good spot right now.
Yeah, then I should have probably moved my rook in some other square. But yes, I see what you mean. A bit more accurate.
But you know what happened in the game?
H3.
Very unexpected in some ways. H3, of course, probably he was worried about knight g4, possible counterattack.
Or maybe he's just making fun of his compatriot. I don't know. Just trying to say,
I
okay.
doubt that.
Yeah, I doubt. I'm joking, of course, but I see it's also possible. He's in a way, it's like saying, okay, show me what.
Yeah, he thought that you went king a8, where not necessarily stands better than on b8. So h3, show me what is your plan, right?
Yeah.
Very
strange. Still a very strange move. A very strange move.
Unexpected.
Very. I don't. Yeah. I mean. Possible, but why? Why h3? G4, he wants G4, but
no, I wouldn't.
It's also a plan. It's a plan, but doesn't look like. I would rather prefer to play G3, yeah, than H3.
Yeah.
Like
no,
it's more classical.
I think the main idea could be that knight G4. He was thinking that is a counter chance for black.
I would even say pass if I would be sure that black would go knight g4. Yeah, I mean knight g4. Of course, it's bishop takes g4. Yeah, it's still quite set. No, it is a possibility. Yeah, knight g4, but I don't really believe in it also. But anyway, let's see. Very strange, but let's see how the game will continue. And maybe, so maybe, Judith, we can have a small break.
Yeah, and
now,
then
because things are happening, but not yet. In
the meantime, just to let you know, knight c4 happened in Fabiano. So when we are back, we can see some happenings.
Mm-hmm. Okay, good. So we are back in a few minutes, yeah?
Well, we wanted to do a historical top 50 of chess players of sort of all time, and to do that, we are using the statistics by Jeff Sonax, who has created a site called Chess Metrics. We've gotten some help from Frank Hofmeister, who is a well-renowned chess historian, but then we have still kind of added our own touch. And it's always going to be subjective, and there's no correct answer.
I hope you guys enjoyed, and I hope you agree with every single ranking, because usually when you publish lists, what could go wrong? Who would disagree with anything? But yeah, it's been fun, and I hope you like it.
Yeah, it's classical almost as difficult as well. So now we're gonna play Leclerc. Also one more duo.
Welcome back to the 8th Altibox Norway chess event, which is very special. And we just witnessed, you saw the last night's present, what was given by the organizers to Levon Aronyan's birthday. And later on, Levon just said that it was the best possible present he could receive yesterday. So he was very happy, very cheerful after he received this present, this classical music, he's a big fan of classical music. As well, I think, as Vladimir is a big fan. And actually, I must say that I don't know much about classical music, but I was many times, for many years, I was preparing on Tchaikovsky's music when in the background.
Yes, and we might also learn something about it tomorrow. There is a fair chance of that is for later. Yes, so Levon...
Go ahead.
Yes, so Levon is enjoying also his position now, yeah?
Well, actually, yeah, I was wondering before we go back to the other two exciting games, if we talk about Levon, that actually he has 1 hour, 11 minutes for the rest of the game, but his opponent has exactly less than 1 hour, less than 1 hour compared to him, and only 10 minutes. But I wonder if what kind of chances does Levon have in this game?
It seems to me that it's a theoretical draw. Now, I mean, must be a draw.
Happening actually very fast. Rook H1, King G2,
Rook takes G6, and
the game played very fast. The rook will take the G6 pawn, I guess.
Yes, and it seems that it's going to be a draw finally.
Are you sure about that?
Yes.
Are you sure if after Rook G6 black goes King E2, let's say? Can the A2 pawn be actually...
No, because it's, as I understand, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, this is a draw without the A pawn even.
Without the A pawn, yes, because you go Rook A6, right?
Yeah,
and
but then it must be with also, I mean, if you just push the pawn, like A4.
Well, A4, black is going, let's say, E3.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's try A5. Let's see.
Okay, I just go with King E1.
Let's go A6 then.
Well, I guess you are going to be right that it should be a draw, but still, let's see how you make it.
Rook B6 even, yeah, if I want to draw.
Yeah, I guess it should be a draw indeed. And after E2, you would be going check, right? King here. Though still there are some chances to lose it, by the way.
Yes, some chances, but
because
maybe...
for example, if white goes Rook B2, black would go King D1, and this would be, for example, a loss for white, right?
Even this I'm not sure, because Rook E1, because of A6 pawn, yeah?
Okay, but King D2?
King F2 I wanted to try.
But I'm afraid there is...
And King G3. But that's, that's already desperate. Yeah, A7, and who knows, maybe...
And Rook E1, Rook G1.
Yeah, and maybe it's a perpetual. King H2.
You're joking.
King H2.
And you want us to know this when there is the table base, which we could ask, and in a fraction of a second, we would know exactly what it is?
But that must be, yeah, because I guess with checks, you will just take the rook on G1, most probably.
It should be a draw, right?
Yeah, it should be a draw, but maybe you could have won with just going with a rook to A8 somewhere. But yeah, of course, A pawn, yeah, that's his chance. He's trying
actually
to...
here black just goes Rook F7.
Yeah, obviously, yeah, of course. So I mean, I should be more careful, but of course,
I just want to demonstrate that even when we talk about the theoretical draw and it should be a draw, still a player should be paying attention a lot, right? And a lot depends on the psychological state of mind also, whether is he scared that, oh my God, I may lose? And actually, he has only less than 11 minutes for the whole game. So if 1 or 2 or 3 times he makes a move or he blunders something or there's an unexpected opportunity for Levon, then it may be some problem.
Yes, of course, that's true. Yeah. In a way, I mean, I don't think that pawn on A2 is... it changes the assessment, but maybe without the A2 pawn, it would be easier actually to make
because it would be very familiar.
Because it's a very theoretical position. Yeah, you just go to Rook A6 and... but anyway, King A2 is played. So
and now actually, white has to make a decision because normally if the A2 pawn would be not there, then
we'll probably go King G3 and
King
Rook
G3
A6,
first, yes, and then Rook goes away, let's say, and then the draw would be Rook A6, and to play Rook A2 check and to give checks to the black king. And it's important that there is three lines in between the king and the rook. Now, most likely it's a draw. But white has to find the exact draw setup here.
Something tells me it's a draw in many ways. Yeah, probably. There are a few ways to make a draw. Let's say King G3, Rook H1. Let's try Rook D6, E3. Yeah? And now start checking.
I think it's a draw, and you know why?
Because the pawn on
rook
a2
b3
is...
check. Because
Yeah,
once king d2, king c3, white has anyway rook b3 check.
Yes, and then
So maybe
rook
it's
b3.
important to keep the pawn on a2.
Yeah, there must be a draw, but still, I mean, of course, anything can happen. Yeah.
Time is ticking, and it's only 9 minutes left for Duda. Let's see what was going on in the meantime between Tari and
I think
Carlsen.
it seems to me that the situation changed dramatically since.
It changed dramatically, and what happened after h3, that actually black did play bishop d7 eventually.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure that king a8 was a help, but I saw the next move, so this was the idea for Magnus maybe. That after knight h5, he went knight c4, takes, and after queen c3, he's looking for counterplay.
But there is a lot of counterplay. First of all, rook e3 is threatening. Now, I think white's position is quite critical all of a sudden.
But he played rook f3.
Yeah, but now maybe even rook e1 or some tactics might come. I mean, I don't know. It just looks bad for white. No, rook e1 is not possible.
Oi, for white. Let's see what it is.
Takes, queen b4, and queen just moves somewhere. Let's say c7.
Wow.
It doesn't look good.
Wow, rook e1, what a move. What a move, rook e1.
But also, I'm afraid that other moves are also strong. No, I mean, it's was a quite
you see, big... the knight went to h5. He started to get away from the center, and things fell
that
apart.
Was strategically again. Because also maybe even bishop takes d4 might be winning, because you have only move rook takes d4. Because queen takes d4, rook e1 wins.
E1.
Yeah, rook e1 just wins, as I understand.
With the intermediate move of rook d1 check, and rook b6, and black has a rook up. Okay, so let's see if rook d4.
Yeah, rook d4, rook e1 check, for instance.
And then king a2.
King a2, and now it looks like it's bishop a4. So, I mean, it looks like the mate is almost there. I don't know if it's mate, but it might.
But as we know in chess, almost does not count.
Yeah, I agree. But so maybe it's not. Yeah, maybe, but it's also a very interesting option. But frankly, rook e1 is just.
But I liked rook e1 immediately. That was
like it's just
that was a really cool move. So let's see again, rook e1, bishop d4, queen b4, queen c7. What can white do? d6?
Yeah, d6, queen
it's not
c6,
giving any help because queen c6, right? But queen c6,
to give a queen and to try and to pray, yeah. I mean, queen a5, I don't know, yeah, rook b2, it's very unlikely that...
okay, white is still alive.
Yes.
For the moment.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Maybe it's not immediate win, yeah? At least it must be, but I don't see something. And bishop takes b2 was an interesting option, then king a2, yeah?
b2, I thought of that you may take this, but then I would try, I guess...
king a2 and maybe c3, something.
Well, maybe rook f4 is the only...
And now I need my... to get to this diagonal, but it's not so easy.
Well, maybe you just take queen d6.
Yeah, that's possible. No, I mean, I'm sure.
But okay, rook b4.
Position
and suddenly white seems like saving himself.
I'm still not sure. Bishop e6 check. You have to play king b1, and now maybe rook d8 or something. But at least, yeah, it's not totally over. Rook takes b2 probably you have to play. Yeah.
Queen d1 mate.
Of course, yeah. Then it's totally over. Yeah. Yeah. No, it looks bad for white. It looks really bad. This position. Also, after d6, you could have probably, I mean, maybe even stronger is queen d8, or maybe, yeah. I mean, after rook e1, bishop d4, queen b4, immediately queen c7, d6, queen b8, queen d8, maybe just to
After queen d8, I planned queen c4.
No, you have queen c4. Yes. No, of course not. Not d8. Let's try to
queen
see.
c6. You have to go, I believe.
Maybe queen c8, because then I want bishop e6 with mate. Yeah. Potentially. Queen a5. Bishop takes b2. c3, and now bishop e6 is.
But I give queen d5 check.
Yeah, that's true. But I don't know if it's queen bishop c6, or I could have played bishop e6 maybe. Yeah.
But
then you
I
have
think
c3. Then you have c3. Yes, that's true. Yeah.
c3.
c3. So c3, queen d5 check, bishop c6.
And what is this? I'm not sure you're winning. It's not obvious at all.
Do you think I think it must be a win. Queen c4, bishop takes f3. Very simple.
And takes queen takes.
You have this d7, yeah?
d7, who is winning?
Bishop d5 check. No, bishop d5 check.
I take back gf3, don't worry. What about your lovely bishop on b2?
No, bishop d5 check, of course, was my idea.
Sorry.
Of course, but I understood that there is king b1 and d7 all of a sudden.
Sorry.
Yeah? King here takes d7. That is a problem. Yeah, and rook e8 all of a sudden.
Yeah.
So somehow it's... yeah, but it's clear. It's not... I mean, that was very strange. h3, knight h5. Yeah, there is...
h3 started to go on the bad path, I guess.
Yeah, and knight h5, I mean...
He wanted to be too careful.
Or the way around. I mean, I don't know. It's a similar problem with previous games of Ariane. Yeah, so he is, somehow, because like a3 before is a very prophylactical move. Yeah, you just stop counterplay. Yeah, and then knight c4, rook b8. I mean, he got his knight to the edge of the board, and we have already mentioned yesterday what Mr. Tarash would think about this. And of course, in Sicilian, you immediately get counterplay. Yeah, so it's conceptually wrong. What I also wanted to say yesterday, and it's just not right. Yeah, I mean, you just shouldn't do it, even if it works. Yeah, so there is a certain, I would say, maybe strategical problem in Arian's play, that he is doing things, he's maybe too calculative. Yeah, he's doing things which are just do not, how to say, just don't feel like it's the way to play. Yeah, I mean, to my taste, because h3 is very strange move. Yeah, but now it's...
But actually, the real mistake, if we can say, it was knight h5.
Yeah. I mean, h3 doesn't make any. It's just not a great move. But knight h. Yeah, I mean.
Knight h5 goes away from the e6 square as it becomes very important, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think
rook e1 is on the board. Rook e1 is on the board.
Yeah, I mean, all those pawns, you will take them anyway one day. You need to stop the counterplay first. Yeah. I mean, that could be a very good example for my lectures, because I do sometimes lectures, and this is a very, I mean, typically kind of conceptually wrong decision, that you have to be careful first. You stop. I mean, your pawn structure is great. You have much better pawn structure. You will always take those pawns sooner or later. Yeah, and instead, you just have to watch out for the knight c4, rook b8 counterplay. You play b4, for example. And then slowly you will get to this triple F pawns. But now, yes, I mean, I'm sure it's lost for white. It's just a matter of accurate calculation, yeah? Here.
And queen c7 is on the board. So
on the board, yeah.
Tari is having a very, very difficult situation. He had such a nice position. He gave a difficult time to the world champion in the first part of the game, in the first practically 22 moves, and then he somehow slipped.
Yes.
And now
yes.
suddenly the bishop pair eventually will be in the game, in the open diagonals.
So let's see what is going on in
let's see.
Aronian, because I see this very strange rook on a1, and it's pretty confusing how the rook.
And actually, White, Jan Christoph, is under 5 minutes, but maybe he will not need time. But it looks extremely suspicious for this moment to have rook on a1 when your pawn is on a2, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's
Isn't it
strange. What have happened? Can we let's have a look from the king e2 position? Yeah, we saw that king g2 takes
king e2, king g3, rook h7.
Okay, why not?
White went rook b6, e3, check.
White check.
And now went to a1. But now maybe he's just in time because whatever black is going to play, I guess rook f7 or e2, White is going a4.
And after e2?
And after e2, check.
And king d3?
So actually it's not too funny.
I think you have to put your king on g2, but it's such a strange way. I don't know. I mean, first rook on a3 with the pawns on a4 and a2. Then next rook on a1 with a pawn on a2. Even, I mean, maybe it works, but I just...
we just got a hint from our tech office that actually blunders are happening in every move. And actually, I think rook h7 was a blunder at the point of rook a7. Sorry, in this position.
But that is anyway maybe winning or not. King g2 now, yeah.
And the rook h7 was not the best move. Something else was winning. I have the feeling that rook h1, but rook b6 again was a mistake. But I think after that, again, some mistake after mistake. But of course, it's very difficult.
Yeah.
And this is also, again, it is incredible that we know the patterns. We know that without the a2 pawn is a draw. And you see, I told you that the a2 can be something that it's in the way.
Yeah, that's true. But it can also save, in some variations. So now rook f7, a4, e2, and now king g2, it's maybe...
Yes, I think, you're absolutely right. And then maybe this is going to be a draw, because if king d2, then already...
then you start to check and come back to the first rank,
And rook a1. After rook a1, is there any possibility for black to win?
So now it's black to play. Rook f, and if I start with e2, then
a4.
A4, and I just go king d2. It's still this.
But check, and check. King f2 will be the draw.
That is a draw. King f2.
Of course. If in one of the variant you think that it can change the game, right? You have many variants. Then a3, only one move at the time with the pawn. That probably would be very difficult for white.
But what about giving rook g7 check in this position instead of e2? Rook g7 check is not.
Rook g7.
If I check,
Rook g7, king f3.
King f3, king d2.
a4.
A4, and now after check, king g2,
Yeah, again, it's the same story.
King g2. Yes, must be a draw. And if I would, of course, I understand it's objectively a draw, but maybe black has some.
But maybe not. You know what? Maybe you have e2. Okay, so e2.
A4.
A4. King d2.
No.
not king e2. Rook f7.
That's what, and king g2, yeah.
King g2, king d2.
Mm-hmm. Check, check.
King e4.
Yes, back to the
And rook
first
d7.
rank.
And rook d7.
Oh, rook d7.
Hoops, hoops.
Yeah. Rook e1, king e3, yeah. A5, Yeah, that's beautiful.
Well, not from the white side, I must say.
Yeah, that's true. Now the a pawn is yeah. So let's see. Yeah, it looks like a forced variation. Yeah, rook f7 from the start position. Yeah, rook f7.
So now after rook a1, but you see, I mean, you had the feeling also when you saw the diagram, you see, let's see Levon's game because that rook on a1 looks not good.
Yeah, no, of course with a pawn on a2, but maybe it was already not savable. Yeah, rook f7. Yeah, but there is nothing to do. It's totally forced.
But it's crazy because this position would be a draw without the a2 pawn.
But now
another version of your new variant of chess when you take your own pawn, right?
Yes. Yes, that would be the save and reserve. Yeah,
happy to give up the pawn.
But it's true, it looks very forced. a4, e2, king g2 only move, king d2, check, go. Maybe, yeah, check, check, rook back, and rook, yeah, it's just over.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay, so let's try to see, maybe we haven't checked the main game of today.
Yeah, let's see Firuza Caruana. And let's go back a little bit because actually in our break, we just stopped here with knight c4 and they made a repetition of moves. So it's a typical thing. I've learned it when I was playing with Karpov quite a lot of times. And in the beginning, I found it very annoying that he was always made a repetition just in case. So I think for two reasons. First of all, he wanted to gain time. So an extra 2 moves because he was a time trouble player, right? And the other thing is just to make sure that everybody knows who is the boss. I'm playing for a win, right?
Yeah.
And then later on, I also started to implementing it in my games. That just in case you make repetition quietly, and this
but also if your position is superior, or at least you consider it superior, it's also logical because you want less possible moves before the time control. So let's say, just because you want to have enough time. In fact, other way around, when you are worse, it's maybe better to have more times, also to have more chances for time trouble, which can be in your favor, in such situations. So that's quite logical.
Yeah, but I remember it took me quite some time to understand that. Why do you make repetition of moves when you don't want to make a draw? You just want to play the game, but you insert these 2 moves to make repetition. It's a psychological weapon as well.
Yes, as well. Yeah.
So
what is
rook e8? I played knight c3, trying to get rid of the knight on d5. And Fabiano played queen c4. We were discussing something similar before, but not exactly in this position. Takes, queen d2. How passive white position is the c1 bishop?
Yes, but it's already, I think it's already a matter of just trying to not to lose some material, because maybe queen d2 obviously is not a move you would like to make in general with a bishop on c1, especially, in any position. But here it's about somehow getting your pieces, collecting them together.
f3 I don't like. Was it necessary? What would happen if white goes rook f1, let's say? Knight c6 or? Yeah,
there is an option to try to go out, to go away from c4 with a queen and then get knight c4, knight c6.
c5 or c7? Or a6?
a6 maybe, just to stop rook c3. But yeah, because very
I don't know, but
comfortable.
this F3 move, it is something that gave a lot of improvement for black.
Yeah, he wants queen f2, I suspect. Yeah, there's some idea of to have queen f2 and then maybe to... I mean, white needs 2-3 moves, and he will be fine. If he will get, you know, in time bishop e3 and so on, I don't think he will have a real problem. Only that I'm not quite sure that after knight c6, for example, that he might...
Under some tactics here? What if bishop f8?
Bishop f8? I always have rook c3 in the worst
I would
case.
just want to take your pawn on a4.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. I see. But maybe even, yeah, I wouldn't mind already to give you this pawn just to have to improve the position of my pieces in return, like b3.
Queen b4.
Yes, and rook e3, bishop b2. Yeah, it's a pawn, of course, I understand.
Well, yeah.
But here bishop f1 was played. Let's see, bishop f1. And queen c7.
Or queen c5.
Because I also want to ask questions about the g3 pawn.
Oh, but anyway, probably queen f2 is a must.
Yeah, maybe queen f2 anyway. Yeah, it's not a pleasant position for...
But of course, the blockade, knight on d4, and really, if white has 1 or 2 moves, then he can recover with bishop f4, right? Rook c3, d3.
True, but yeah, maybe you're right that queen c5 is more... or queen b4, no, queen c5 probably.
Anyway, queen f2, and maybe knight
And
c4.
now it's like some tactical resource might...
Maybe in this game again, rook e1 will be the move. Like after rook c3, I think rook e1 is a move, no?
Rook e1 is a possible move, yeah. Not necessarily the best one, but
Yes,
it's an option.
that's true.
Bishop f1. Yeah, it's a dangerous position for Firouzja, but again, he just needs a couple of moves to...
Fabiano is hesitating where to move the queen.
What have happened in... No,
Well,
Levon didn't find it. Or what?
Sorry?
Levon couldn't find it.
Oh yeah, he didn't go to e4. He went rook f5.
Maybe it's still good. I don't know. Rook f5.
Ah, actually this is also wins, because after a5, rook a5, and if you give it check, then king d3, and it's the same.
Are you sure, yeah?
Well, I mean, maybe we are going to witness after a5, rook a5, queen against the rook. I don't know what white is... and this is so painful from white side. Oh.
Yeah.
I can feel so sorry for Jan. Oh my God, having 0 point out of 2 and then...
No, especially after such an opening, which was so safe, and I mean, it was like impossible to lose. Yeah, you play it when you want to be sure you are not going to lose it. And to lose
this
such
is
an
one of
endgame.
the most painful way of losing.
But frankly, deserved. Let's be fair.
Well, Levon played very well, I think. Yeah. I mean, he was playing on and he said, okay, fine, show me, play until the very end, show me that it's a draw. It is a draw, but you have to prove it, right? I'm a better player, so I give you opportunities to go wrong.
Yeah, okay, so let's move to the other here, I guess. There is not much.
Well, after, Fabi is still thinking where to go with the queen. And then we have, of course, this game of Ariane against Magnus, where Magnus played queen c6. And after queen a5, Magnus is hesitating whether rook takes b2 or bishop b2 is the best move.
Do you, let's try to calculate variations.
I don't know if rook b2 will win, you know? I like bishop b2 better, I think.
Yeah, true. But king c1, something tells me it might be just like a slow win, like queen takes d6 or something. I mean, just, you know, without any, no hurry.
No.
For instance, why not?
After queen d6,
I want rook b5.
Sorry?
I want rook b5, and if check, rook b8, everything is totally protected.
Wow.
Why not?
And if I go queen d8 and rook e7, you just go rook b7?
Queen d8, rook b8 was it? No, rook b8.
Rook b8,
yeah,
sorry.
That was my plan, yeah.
No, queen d8 is not possible then.
I mean, yeah, I want...
But I can go rook d1.
Rook d1.
I go rook d1 and I counter-attack you.
Yes, rook d5 maybe.
Rook d4.
Rook d4, queen d4.
Still you don't care.
Maybe. But it's, yeah, not that clear. Must be bad, but yeah, there may be some chances. Queen a6, queen f6 or something. Yeah, that's not the most clear cut. Even if it's a win, it's not the most clear cut win, yeah.
Well, it seems like it is a clear cut.
No, here, yes, here it's true, yeah. But anyway, bishop b2 looks like...
Actually, how?
Here.
Here, how?
Oh, just positional move, maybe. No, just positional move, maybe here. c3 I like. No?
Not even queen g2, you just want to go...
I want c3, I want to enter with my bishop.
You like to torture, yeah?
Oh, bishop b5 first, I don't know, yeah. No, but okay, it must be also winning, but humanly, I'm sure computer shows already plus, I don't know, 1000, but humanly, of course, it's still, you know, you can get confused, but bishop b2 looks like it must be like a forced win completely.
Let's
yeah, because
see if there is anything.
a2 is only
a2
move.
is a must. There is no other move, right?
And now also maybe bishop e5.
Bishop d4. No, bishop
d4, e5, I don't know where exactly. Bishop e5, I suspect...
Bishop e5,
well, maybe rook b1 or what?
You go what? Queen b7?
c3, yeah, this c3 is something. Will queen takes d6, maybe just. Then you get rook d1, yeah.
No, but maybe you go queen b7,
queen b4, queen d5,
queen
yeah.
d5.
Queen d5, yeah, that is painful, yeah. So bishop e5. Now maybe rook b1.
e5.
Yeah, rook e5, I suggest f5. Yeah, must be. I don't
Knight
believe
e6?
you can say bishop e6 and, you know, c3, bishop e6 must be made, yeah, somehow. I don't know how, but it must be.
Well, it's a tough question for Magnus, right? What to do? But it's a nice dilemma.
Yeah, true. Yeah. And also what we've we're checking c3, I also believe after bishop takes b2 also probably must be winning as well. Bishop takes b2, king a2, c3.
Yeah, queen c4 is a strong threat. And if rook f4? Yeah,
now...
You played queen d6.
Yeah, but it seems to me that maybe something... maybe there is a simple way. I don't know. Looks pretty bad, yeah. Here. Bishop e6 check is at minimum, yeah. It's a very pensioner style move, yeah.
But why? Are you sure you're gonna win here? You are.
Me not, but black, yeah, it's very likely.
Now here I go d7. What do you think?
d7. Looks like I should be able to mate somehow. Yeah, it's here. Hard to believe I cannot mate.
Well, for the moment,
yeah, okay, there is some, there is some fight. Yeah, no, probably instead of bishop e6 check after rook f4, something tells me, yeah, by the way.
I think we have a game which we just finished that Levon won his game. It was, well, this is how good players go, right? If they get a chance, they grab it.
Yeah, that's true.
This was exactly the situation today. And, well, it was a very painful lesson for young Christoph, I must say.
Yes, in many ways.
For rest of his life, I think.
And also, endgame wise, I mean, I'm pretty sure after this game he would try to activate his rook in the rook endgame by all means, yeah, because that's, I mean, maybe even if objectively those moves like rook a3 and rook, I mean, even if they objectively still keeping a draw, it just, you should try to avoid.
A1?
I mean, when he was, when he put his rook on a3, rook on a1, I mean, you know, it's just against the rules, the general rules. Yeah,
exactly. And we were discussing about this, right?
You need an active rook. Yeah,
just to point out to our audience, because it's a great lesson to learn here, that, 1 second, I go back here, rook a3. So exactly, this is what we were talking about, right? That he played rook a3 once, going into passive position between the two pawns. And then later on, again, he ended up playing rook a1. So actually twice he went against the principles of rook endgames, because usually you always have to be very active. The only question is...
Yeah, maybe here there was no choice already, I don't know, but... still, you know, still it's...
This is the question, that in this position, you say that it must be a draw.
I mean, logically, but of course, computer knows better, yeah?
And here, I think king g3 was losing.
Yeah, maybe just pushing the pawn, yeah? Or...
Well, I think probably you just have to get rid of your pawn as fast as possible. And maybe after e3 to go e5, a5.
Rook a4, e6, and king starts to...
This is what we were checking. And then we said what, king?
E1.
Actually, I'm not even sure that in such a position, rook a5 is not the move. You know, just to make a pass and then you're in Zugzwang.
But I'm not sure. What about maybe, because I can have rook e6.
I just go rook a2.
Yeah, king g3.
King g3, king e1.
But yeah, that's...
And now you go rook b6.
For example, I'm also thinking about running with the king.
But I go rook a1.
Rook a1.
King g2, e2, rook d6.
Yeah, because you have a7. Finally, this pawn is quite useful. Because you just after rook d1, you always have a7. Yeah.
After all, you don't complain that it's away, and I just want to give.
So, okay, anyway, I think, yeah, that's...
well, we're going to ask from Levon this.
Yes, we can just switch on the engine and it will, I mean, the Nalimov database, so-called, and it will show us probably the outcome of this endgame. And so I don't know if Levon is not here yet. So let's have a look at the
interview beforehand.
Let's have a look at the Firuza Karano game.
Yes, we have.
Congratulations,
Levon. Queen c5 was played, and we have Levon. Congratulations.
Thank you, guys.
Unexpected victory, yeah?
Yeah, well, my every victory is unexpected.
No, I mean, after the opening, after the queen e5 check, queen e2.
Yeah, but I think, you know, it's one of these positions that visually are better for white, but in fact, they're just simply nothing, yeah?
Well, we thought maybe white could, instead of, let's say, c4, if he plays h4, maybe it's a little bit
tiny
more
bit. Maybe I shouldn't have allowed this king f3. I also had my doubts.
But then the rook endgame, yeah, was of course... So
when you reached this position, let's say, somewhere here, what feelings did you have? That is it going to be a quick draw, or you want to play?
I thought it's going to be a very quick draw, because... Look, I mean, in comparison with this endgame that occurs in Tarash, where white doesn't have the c2 pawn, but black doesn't have the b7 pawn, which is also considered to be a draw. This is far easier, and also in comparison with any kind of Berlin, this is a dream for black. Because
no, for black, of course. I thought that, I mean, black is not worse, but I don't know from what point of the game you are starting to think about.
No, not at all. I was just thinking this is equal, and I'm just going to play normal moves.
But what do you think was it your opponent who was trying to play?
I think he started thinking for so long, and here I thought to myself, okay, stop the temptation to agree to a draw.
Isn't a4 would be the simplest way for white?
Of course. Yeah, of course. I mean, anything.
But also, I don't like playing c4, white c4, yeah, because it's weakening so much, no? For white.
Yeah, I thought here he started getting a bit nervous because there is no like way to immediately finish the game. But a4 is definitely a move to be preferred. Just a4, then rook to e4, yeah.
But you say, Levon, there is no way to finish it. But let's say if I play h3, is it not, for instance?
No, but I mean, it can never be better for white and can never be better for
never.
black.
For white, never. But I mean, I think that white was already actually was not playing for a win. There is absolutely no reason, yeah. So at least if you want to make a draw, you better do it
I
quicker,
think he kind of forgot that after c4, a5, it kind of creates this little unpleasantness on the queen side, because this a4 might come at some point, and yeah, I think he made some inaccurate moves here. Well, this is still obviously a draw with many ways. But I thought a4, I thought there's a chance. Maybe a4 is... but anyway, I don't have any other move, yeah?
But yeah...
Yeah, rook b2 was the easiest, of course. Rook
yeah,
b2.
of course, that's what we were...
Then king to g2, and I thought...
No, but also king f3 was probably a mistake, yeah? There was no...
No, rook c3 check, I thought was the move, yeah?
That's what we thought also, sorry.
Yeah. And king g2 or king e2 is also fine. I thought my opponent was worried about some rook a4, rook b2, e5, you know? This type of things.
But I think maybe to play rook c6, rook c6, why to get the rook a2?
King f5, okay, rook a2. Well, this is not that easy.
No, but rook c6 instead of just give a pawn. I mean, I don't want to play rook b2. Why to? I don't want to put my rook passive.
Just rook c6.
Yeah, just give a pawn. Should be a fairly simple draw.
Take king f3, yeah?
King f3, yeah.
Yeah, but when you think you had a slightly better position and then you're fighting for a draw like this, of course, it can be psychologically difficult.
But it must be a very simple draw, this position.
Yeah,
I mean, just give a pawn and activate the rook. Yeah, that's what we were discussing. Yeah, with
this rook a3 seemed wrong. I mean, just, I don't know.
Conceptually.
It's just, I think it's just too much. He gives me too much activity for my king, yeah?
Yeah, this was the main wrong direction he went, we felt.
I thought he wants to play some king g2, but this is just, or immediately maybe. But this is just a bit too much.
King g2, yeah, but, and you don't mind, I mean, if
but
you
then
just
king
enter.
e4, I guess.
You know, and then this a5. But I can also play king g4.
Yes.
No, but king e4, a5, you take rook c2, c4, you should be promoting simply, the pawn.
Yeah. No, king
but
g4
then later there are lots of things happening, Levon, because I think you missed a win at some point, and then...
Oh, I did? Oh,
yes,
I didn't
and
notice.
then a draw was missed.
Really?
Yes.
I thought it was a clean game.
Not completely, according to Nalimov database, not completely.
Well, so what was my mistake?
Did you think, well, at this point...
I thought this is finished. I thought king e2 is finished.
Finished?
No?
Why? I thought it was actually a simple draw, but in fact it's not simple. Just a4, yeah.
A4 was a way to draw. A4,
yeah,
A5.
just push the pawn a5.
No, we are not sure because...
No, but actually I'm now sure when you said it, Judith, it's just a very simple draw. And rook to d6, a6, rook d6, and shake hands. There is no way to improve the position, because when the rook gets to d1, you just play a7, yeah?
Oh, okay. So, and what did I miss?
No, then I think after there was again one more switch, yeah?
No, here after king g3, I
There
think
was
rook
one more
h7
switch,
was
yeah?
not. I think rook h1 is better. But
Rook h1 was winning and rook h7 was again a draw, yeah?
Really? Oh, because of the same idea. Yeah, I this a4, a5, and rook d6. I have to tell you, I underestimated. Oh wait, how do you do it here? Wait, you go a4, I go e3.
Yes.
But maybe now I have time to come back.
Yeah, maybe even time.
Wait, what if I play rook? No. Yeah, rook d7 even.
And rook d7, a5.
King e1, king d1.
No, I think now we can go here.
Yeah, now we have to
no.
go rook b6. Yeah?
No, I have this check.
Yeah.
No, but maybe
well,
now...
anyway, because we have
King
other
d2?
games going, probably we should go. Yeah, we will check it with, but I think there was another switch, yeah, in this game when white had a draw, but anyway, yeah, so...
but it was a nice, you grabbed the chance.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw this rook f5, it finishes, yeah. There are probably other ways.
Well, in fact, king e4 was the simplest, yeah, maybe. I mean, instead of king c2, king e4 and rook to the 7th rank. Here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was even simpler, but yeah, it doesn't matter. I mean, king d2 here, simply. Then king e3, king e4, and rook d7.
Ah, the same. Well, I thought rook f5 can...
Even not given rook against queen, yeah?
Ah,
like this.
Yeah. Well, I'm kind of confident that I'm not playing against the computer. Against the computer, I'm not that confident with the queen against rook, but against humans, yeah. So what's happening in the other games? My God, Magnus is winning, yeah?
Magnus seems to be winning. Yes, let's maybe move to one of those two games. So, of course, if Levon is ready to...
I will look a little bit with you guys.
Look a little bit with us would be fantastic.
I don't know if you've seen the last few moves of this game.
Well, I saw that white completely went astray at some point.
This was the position, and after rook f3, rook e1.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and now actually takes.
How did this knight get to h5? It seemed like white didn't play any moves and black did those.
More or less, you are repeating our thoughts. But I mean, I think white was much better in my opinion.
Yeah, it looked very dangerous for black. Yeah?
Then h3, knight h5.
I thought he had to play b4 at some point with white.
You see, Judith. That was my idea. Yeah, I always tried to go before. Yeah, at some point.
Yeah. I mean, typical for this structure. Yeah.
Yeah, and I thought was a serious. Now, yeah, maybe rook b2 was it, but bishop b2, king a2, and now bishop e5. Yeah, c3 probably is also winning.
Oh, he played rook b1 already, but this, I don't believe with such disharmony in the position, white can survive for long.
Yes, maybe even takes and queen takes d6. Just
I think the knight is.
But takes, I don't know, queen d6 is not winning immediately at least. Maybe check on b7 and queen d5. Must be a way to finish it, yeah? To finish the game.
You still have
you want to go to c1, yeah?
No, but queen d6 even looks...
Yeah, queen takes
queen d6. Yeah, queen d6, I force king c1, yeah?
King c1... Yeah, it's... maybe f4, like very positional, you know, just to...
Or I don't know, queen d4 also looks...
I'm half joking, of course, but just to show the knight on h5 was...
Yeah, queen d4 looks interesting, because I have this queen g1 very annoying. Thread. Looks like there are too many threads to protect, and I believe with these bishops there shouldn't be any perpetual.
Well, Magnus was going into the confessional booth at the around move 15-17 when he still had his bishops on c8 and e7, and he was complaining about the bishops, that I have the bishop pair, but well, for now they are not playing at all unless the position will be open.
Yeah, and he said the two bishops are very good, you know, can start to be very useful in a long game. Yeah, he said so. If a game, you know, continues, for some time.
Well, we live to learn, you know. every day. The wisdom is shared for free.
Yes, yes, and I also twice already shared this wisdom of Dr. Tarash, yeah,
What rook f1?
with, especially after the move knight h5.
But even if I take it and then cover with bishop b8 and take on g2, I know these are triplets, but
Yeah, those we were not a big fan of those triplet pawns.
the triplets from Bellevue. There is a cartoon like this.
But the thing is that even I guess even when you play positional like king a7 or some positional move, even instead of
queen
d4.
h3, king c4, you're trying to do.
We have this position on the board right now.
Yeah, even if you just play quietly like king a7, just slowly trying to improve.
King a7.
I don't believe Magnus will play king a7. I believe he will go queen d4. I don't know. This king a7 is a bit. You allow queen d2, Vladi, then you might not win the game at all.
Queen d2?
Yeah. If I consolidate, after all, I have this.
Yes, that's true. Maybe
some material.
Because I thought I have bishop b2 check, but king d1.
I understand you disrespect white's knight on h5, but don't disrespect it too much.
No, I want, if I would be black, I would be trying to punish that one, to show him, to show him the knight.
Show him with queen d4. I mean, let your bishops. Let your bishops deliver the punishment.
And actually, it's just on the board, queen d4.
Yeah. So let's maybe have a look at the other game, which is because.
Wow, this is some strange kind of rook maneuvering business.
Yeah, it seems that white all of a sudden stabilized and okay.
And now he can play b3, rook d2, bishop b2, yeah?
Yeah, if white stabilizes, then what is his problem at all? Because at some point...
it looked dangerous for white.
It looked,
it was very dangerous.
Yeah, but now...
Maybe now knight d6 and knight f5?
Yeah, but you can do it from knight to c6. But knight c6, knight b...
No, but knight d6, I can even go knight e2 or something. Yeah, I mean, just...
But the c2?
And this is like Magnus's game from yesterday.
Yeah, knight f4, rook d5, and there are lots of pawns hanging there.
True.
Oh, but white is definitely not worse already. Yeah?
No, white is better. I think
it can
even
be slightly better already at some point. Rook d2. I don't know. Let's have a look. Let's have a look what have happened after f3, bishop d7 when we left.
Here, bishop f1.
Bishop f1. Yeah, here it really looks very, very dangerous. Queen f2.
Queen c5 and queen f2, and he started to consolidate.
But maybe knight c6 was.
And here he went knight c4.
Oh yeah, knight c6 is a healthy move. I mean, at least you're not activating the rook.
But maybe after knight c6, knight b5.
But then maybe you can take bishop f8 or something.
Oh, even d4.
Yeah, d4, rook c3.
Okay, not a deadly hit. This rook c3.
Yeah, that's maybe there is enough because knight c6 is so natural. So I may it can be that Fabiano was not sure that after knight takes c6 his definite slight advantage. I mean, maybe it will not be enough for a win. Yeah.
Yeah, he could take on f2, bc. It's a pleasant position, I guess.
Bishop, also even bishop takes c6 can be, queen takes f2, king f2, even maybe bishop c6 just to be more active, yeah.
Okay. But then bishop b5, I don't really want to do
rook c8, maybe, I don't know, even bishop bishop f8, some ideas.
Yeah, maybe.
Black has initiative, but it was very strange. Knight c4 was played.
And now he's slightly worse, yeah.
Knight c4, so now a really very, very interesting battle will start, yeah, because I guess we will see a serious time trouble in this game and...
No, he went knight d5, yeah, I think knight d5 is more natural than knight d6.
Yeah,
knight d5, rook d2 was played, rook e8, rook d8, bishop b2.
And suddenly white is okay, very okay.
Maybe
so
still not more than okay, yeah, because
knight c6?
Knight c6, I guess.
Knight c6.
Knight c6. I would consider g5 maybe instead of knight c6.
Maybe bishop b2 is suboptimal.
Yeah, I'm a little
I would have played king g2 instead of
yes,
bishop b2.
I'm not quite sure yet to which diagonal this
Yeah,
bishop
I think
belongs.
king g2 just kind of threat knight b5, ask him a question, yeah?
Bishop
But
g4
after
maybe.
king g2, maybe queen c3.
Bishop g4 maybe.
Wait, but queen c3,
Wow.
bishop a3 is there.
He wants to go bishop g4.
Yeah, but bishop g4, what are you threatening?
No, I'm more half
bishop
joking.
b5.
Yeah. But there was queen c8 move also.
Queen
I don't know.
C8,
Yeah. I don't know. There's
No, but what I need to do, maybe not king g2, but I need just to move my queen and then threaten
But
knight
let's see
b5,
bishop. Yeah, let's see bishop b2 is played anyway. So what? It's a
So
theoretical
knight c6
discussion.
is a must, I guess.
Why? I like g5. I really like g5 here.
G5.
Because I want to get
he played
g4
it.
maybe one day.
And it's on the board.
Is it? Yeah, g5.
And if I capture and play g4?
Yeah, that's what's also my idea, capturing g4.
Knight
But
g6.
maybe f5, even if it works.
But can't you take bishop g4? That's too much.
Maybe not yet,
Maybe you
but
can actually.
Bishop g4, f g4, knight g4. Oh, I don't know, queen g3 is still not clear.
Yeah, and then rook e1, yeah. Knight f5.
Even c3 is more or less solid. But yeah, I guess I would just move my rook.
Well, it's tricky. Rook e4 is in the air also.
Yeah, it's very sharp, yeah. But,
rook e1, rook e4, queen g5.
But frankly, I doubt that white will play g4. It's like it's a bit risky because anyway g4 is not a threat yet. G4 f4 white has. But it's more about what is the useful move here.
I don't like this bishop on b2. It's kind of wobbly. I wouldn't play bishop b2.
a1. Bishop.
Yes, this is a move. This is a move. Now he's
why? What is next?
Stabilizing.
But stabilizing what? What is the next move?
The bishop, just in case, because you don't have a threat yet.
Not yet, but it can.
So will you go f5, f4? Maybe f5 is interesting.
f5.
Just to add some mustard. Just to add some mustard.
Yes, but maybe already king g2. Very complicated position, yeah.
f4, this is what I'm trying to do, yeah, just to...
I want to get my knight finally out, yeah, like
knight b5,
to play knight b5 somewhere, yeah, or knight b5 maybe.
Yeah, maybe f5 is... he played queen b6, which looks like a good move.
What's the idea? To go to the king
queen
side?
h6 in case
or
you
g6,
play king
yeah. h6 or g6. Yeah, very, very complicated position.
Nice idea, especially that after bishop a1, now bishop a3 is not possible.
Now white
let's maybe quickly move to the...
yeah, there some action is happening.
Mm-hmm.
Suddenly queen a6, king b8, c3 is on the board. And what does white want after queen g1?
He wants to get his king to
e3.
Well, he doesn't want it too much, but this is what he got, right?
Queen g3, I guess queen g1 check. Just to avoid...
Yeah, but it's not so simple.
In digital terms, I would say this is at least -3. It does feel like it.
And still you guys are cursing the h5 knight, right?
Yes, it's still not
It definitely didn't have a good life this night.
Queen b1 maybe, yeah, just some positional move.
Yeah, queen b1, queen e4.
Okay, knight f6 maybe can work. Yeah, but maybe king e3. So this is a position we have on the board.
Actually, queen g5.
Wait, why don't I play queen b2 here, guys?
That's even more painful then.
Queen takes c4 doesn't work.
Bishop b5. Once you unleash this other bishop.
No, queen b4.
Queen e2.
E2, sorry, yeah, E2. Yeah, then queen, yeah, that is nice. Then queen b2 might be a...
Yeah, because you cannot take on f6. I take, give a check, and capture the knight.
Check, capture the knight. Yeah, that looks like a good
Maybe
move.
the white has
Maybe, yeah, there is still maybe a chance for white to keep it going at least.
Wait. I can still capture the knight, yeah? Queen c1.
Yeah.
But then
You can take on c3 also.
Then you have some checks, yeah? Well, I don't want to calculate checks.
No, I think queen takes c3 is very simple, because then you just push the c-pawn. I mean, queen takes c3 check.
I think the position is so good for black that there is no need to calculate.
Yeah, even queen d4 check and c3 or something. Yeah, just such a domination. Well, I don't know, g1 also, queen g1 is mating too, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah. No, that's...
Well, there are some nasty things from...
So Alireza played king g2. Wow, this is getting really exciting.
And the idea is, after queen h6, what is the idea?
G4, but then
well, definitely not G4, because
probably.
Why not?
Allows too much.
Knight G6,
Knight
maybe.
G6.
Looks
I have a bad feeling about G4.
Looks tasty. But maybe
Bishop B5 he wants to play.
Queen G1 maybe he wants.
Or Bishop B5.
It's unlikely. Bishop B5. Very scary, I'm afraid.
But Fabi played Queen G6 instead.
Strange. Queen H6.
Queen G6 is strange, yes.
I mean, of course it's healthy, but Queen H6 is so natural.
Well, I guess he wants to go G4 and Queen E4 check kind of things.
Yeah, but this Queen E4 doesn't really add anything. Just Bishop B5.
Actually, or maybe King G1 even back. Yeah. So I don't like my king on G2 here. Should be 5 G4. I would be worried.
Yeah, but I don't know. You guys think F4 is not available?
But maybe I take first on B5.
Yeah, I guess you need to take, and then maybe I take with a knight. I don't know, and then capture on E5.
No, you're joking. Your knight on B5 will be the same story as the knight on H5.
I agree with you. Okay, I won't do it.
You regret it?
Yes.
Okay, I don't even have to prove it, yeah?
Who knows, maybe knight takes F3 even here.
Okay, let me take AB.
A4 is interesting, yeah? Just pushing the pawn to A3, A2.
Yeah, but A4, G4, I don't think it's
I would just go G4 and knight F3 or something.
I would, I'm not sure about Bishop B5.
Yeah, Bishop B5 is...
I want my Bishop on F1 to... maybe just King G1, just a quiet move.
Look what has happened here with Magnus.
I think he just sat down and calculated how to mate.
Okay.
Yeah, Rook F3, Queen E1, and...
King D4, Queen E5,
and
King C4, and something.
Takes the rook. I guess.
He does, yeah. I mean, maybe even...
And if King E4 immediately?
Queen D3 is unpleasant.
It is a really unpleasant check. True, indeed.
Yeah, so probably that's just winning.
Indeed. But actually in Fabi's game, I think in the last few moves, Black improved quite a lot. With Queen B6, Queen G6 was a very nice
It was a beautiful maneuver.
Yeah.
I have to take Fabi a credit.
But this was possible only because Bishop A1 was played. Well, otherwise Queen D6 had to be played.
Maybe King G1 is... I trust Vlad's feeling of danger much more than mine. So King G1 is...
King G1. But Queen H5 maybe.
And then Bishop G2.
Yeah.
Let's just forget about this Bishop B5 ideas. Stabilize.
Yeah, and just keep it...
And then Knight D2 somewhere, or Knight B5, something like that. I
would even say maybe sometimes, maybe just nothing later, just to stay, yeah? Especially since there is time trouble. I mean, it's very difficult for White to improve his position because immediately something starts to be hanging or something.
Yeah, this is a typical King's Indian type of position, yeah? I mean, this hanging structure. You think you have this knight on d4 and you're controlling everything, but then things go wrong.
So what about big queen h5?
Bishop g2. No pasarán.
Okay.
There was any threat after queen h5?
Well, you have to make, well, just paying attention on your f3 pawn.
Yeah, I mean that just
now I want to play rook e2, maybe. I don't know what, or knight e2, something like this. Oh, Fabio came back with queen to b6.
That's a little bit strange.
So maybe after king g2, he wants to go to queen h6 after all.
Yes, but I would maybe consider bishop g2, no?
Or what about bishop e2 is too many, it's too hangy?
Yes.
I really want to do something, but I don't know what. So that's the problem. Yeah, bishop b2 doesn't make any sense because it's not like I want to do something, yeah? I was thinking king g1, rook h1, just, but it's dreaming.
And even then what, right? If you have your rook on h1.
Yeah, by the way, a question, maybe white can, after all, just play c3 at some point. I mean, at least...
You really want to go c3?
At least I can then start moving my rook e2.
I think they're repeating, guys.
But now queen h6 was... they just...
Queen g6.
They're happy with the repetition, yeah?
Yeah, it's a balanced position. I guess it's...
I'm not sure if Fabi will go. And he went back, so we have a very unusual repetition of moves.
Yeah, but I mean, we're all professionals. We know when two guys want to find repetition.
Yeah, it's
anywhere.
Yeah, it's quite unconventional repetition.
With the Grandmaster's title.
But then that means that we will have again only one tiebreak a day. Yeah, and but we will have one, and it's going to be a very exciting one.
Yeah, well, I hope you enjoy, guys.
Yes.
Thank you very much for being here. Congratulations. Good luck.
Bye.
I'd like to. So what happened with
well, I guess
again, is it still on again?
We don't have, I don't see if it's finished already.
I think that Ariane is still thinking, but
there is a agreeing on a draw, I see, because two kings on the center.
Rook f3 was played, queen e1 check, and I guess soon we will probably see Magnus in our studio.
It's an extremely difficult case for both of the very young players in the tournament. Duda had a very tough day, I must say, very painful, even more painful than the previous losses he had.
Yes, but also I would say that for Ariane, for Tari, yeah, also it was quite a painful game because, yeah, not that he was close to win or anything, but it was really going his way at some point.
Yeah, and I think this is some of the most difficult things in such a tournament, when you have a bad start, losing one game, after that you lose another game, and then in the third game you have to play against the world champion. And then what can you say, right? If you lose, I mean, okay, it can happen to you, whether you start with 2-0 or you start with 2 out of 2. So you can't really blame yourself so much, but he had a great game up to move 2022. And then somehow he lost the thread, and of course, when Magnus gets his opportunity, he will not miss it.
Yes, that's true. But true, I think, of course, there are some things to... I mean, Ariane Tari, he seems to be a good player with good general understanding. I mean, knowing openings, seems that he works quite a lot on openings, but some... I would say so far what I can see is that a couple of major strategical mistakes he did, in this tournament, and so it means he probably should work a bit on his game, on strategical aspects, positional aspects of his game. If he will manage to improve it, he might become a frequent guest in such tournaments, but he needs really to work on it.
Well, we just got the news that the play of the Armageddon game between Fabiano and Ali Reza will be in about 15 minutes, 9:05. And while at the moment we still have one game which is running, Tari and Magnus, and he just resigned.
Mm-hmm.
So it is a very difficult start for the youngster. And every game it's getting more and more painful. And you can see on his face that he's like torturing himself, right? That, oh, I had a good game. Where did I go wrong?
Well, 3 in a row, that's in a classical tournament. I don't really remember myself losing 3 in a row, I guess. But I remember a funny story from one of Blitz World Championships in Moscow. And, in Blitz, sometimes it really starts to go whether very good, whether it's really going wrong. And I remember at the end of the second day, one of the years, I actually was leading after the first half of the tournament. And of course, all best players were playing. And then at some point, I lost some crazy game where I was completely winning. And then I lost another, I think, 6 in a row. So at some point, I lost 7 in a row. In Blitz, it goes fast. Yeah, you start to get angry and it starts to go fast. And then I'm playing the last game of the day. I'm playing with Shahryar Mamedyarov. And I remember he was also somewhere very close to me in Elite. So I already don't pay any attention to a situation, tournament situation. And then we see it. And before starting the game, I asked him, well, how are you doing? So, okay, no, not good, not good. I said, I actually lost 7 in a row now. Before that game, he said, yeah, I lost 8 in a row. So we had a clash of 2 players. I won the game actually. So, but it was such a clash of 7 against 8 in a row, lost games. So yeah, I mean but in classical 3 in a row, yeah, it's a difficult.
Well, it's very difficult, and now they are discussing what has happened, and this is the problem that psychologically it must be horrible for Tari. And at such a stage when you start so badly, and even that you had your chances, right? And even in game 1, he didn't have to lose at all against Fabiano, even though he was caught in a home preparation. Mm-hmm. Very nice idea by Fabiano. But the problem is when you play so badly, I mean, in scoring, he didn't score so far, that psychologically you even losing your self-confidence, even what you had before the tournament when you came there.
That is true, but it's very important in such a situation is to switch the mode, to switch your mode into a training mode, into just to try to say, I don't care at all, maybe I lose even all games, even if I lose all games, I don't care. I'm just learning here, Once you manage to switch to this mode completely, because of course before a tournament, you always, even if you're not the favorite, you always, try to show very good result and so on. But here, at some point, after all, it doesn't matter so much if he loses 2 more games or 3 or wins 2 more games. It's more important that he learns a lot. And then if he manages to switch to this mode, I think first of all he will score more points, and secondly, yes, it will be actually very, it's a very good lesson for him. It's a very good school, this tournament. So I think he shouldn't worry too much. He shouldn't be too upset with it.
Well, of course, I think you're absolutely right with what you just described, but it's very difficult to have the strength to sit there every day, and there is 7 rounds to go, and he sees the cross table, and he knows the feeling, what it is, that even in an equalish position, he lost in game 1, then yesterday also didn't work out for him, and today actually he had a very good game. Yeah. This was painful, that actually he had a good opening, and then he played some good moves, but then somehow when he had in the middle game the right position, again I felt that he was not so well prepared in knowing the details of the middle game of this position. And I think that is why, for example, he played h3. I didn't like the move h3 because somehow it was not in the spirit of the position, I must say.
Yeah, I agree.
When he started to go a3, and then after king
a3 makes sense if you want to play before, but h3, a3,
Yeah, I think he was not aware of the dangers what Magnus already had in his mind to play bishop d7 with the idea of knight c4 and rook b8. So actually Magnus was much more ahead in his head with his plans, right?
Yeah, that's not surprising, of course.
When he played knight h5 in this position, it was very clear that he had no sense of danger at all.
Yeah. Because
when you play knight h5, it means that you're practically looking yourself what you should be doing. And up to this moment, he was kind of playing against Magnus's plans, but somehow he lost the thread and he played knight h5, which actually, in this position, if he wouldn't make a move, probably he's not so bad. But by making knight h5, going completely out of the board practically,
Judith, what I will tell you, I witness it quite often that there are very basic strategical rules in chess, which are nowadays, because the young generation, they learn chess and they work with computers all the time, and somehow it became, of course they know it, they know those rules, but somehow it's computer, when you work with computer all the time, it's so tactical, that you forget about these sometimes general ideas. And I see already few times when both players, Tari and Duda, they're both very, very strong players, excellent players, but they make quite a major, conceptual mistakes, which is not, I'm sure that the reason is not that they don't know such things, it's just that they don't think in this way, they're a little bit too tactical, their way of thinking, so because some things, let's say a move like h3, knight h5, frankly, I wouldn't make it, I wouldn't even consider it, even if it's good, it's just simply not right, it's this, I guess, Judith, the same goes for you, it's like, it's not the way to play this position, Well,
I have a feeling that I was more able to play such a moves because I was very concrete player. But of course, there are very few players in the world who has such a great sense of play like you, because you were always very sensitive on the positional and strategical setup for the positions, as we talked about it. When you were so detailed, you were so fine in all these positional end games. I think it was very clear that you understand all these positions and nuances extremely well and much better than anybody else. Of course,
true, but here it's not even about. It's actually simply it's about the rule. The knight should be in the center. At the end of the day, if you look at it, if you analyze it deeply, it's actually violating the rules of chess, knight h5, okay, unless you are really threatening to take, but knight h5 is not even threatening to take anything, and in a very dynamic position, you move your knight to the edge of the board. It is, it's quite strange, and okay, it's just a general, my very general meditation, so to say, but I've seen it pretty often. Sometimes it play extremely well, calculate once, and then all of a sudden, such a move which is just not really going in the spirit, not only of a particular position, but maybe not even in the spirit of a chess as a game in a whole. And that is surprising. That is quite surprising to me, and I think that a young player who would be very deep into it, of course, definitely Magnus. Actually, I remember even when he was 15, he was extremely, strong in these points. He knew where he should and where he shouldn't put his pieces. And of course, it's. Our generation, we were much calculation-wise. We were calculating definitely not as well as the young generation now, but. We would rather keep our knights in the center of the board, I would say.
Well, At this point, we see Magnus giving the interview to TV2, and poor Tari, he also has to go, I see. Even though after a loss like this, it's definitely far from fun being there. But I see that I have the feeling that Magnus also, it took a lot of energy by him. And now actually the score, we can talk about it, that, well, Fabi, we don't know, he has a full
I think
score.
very soon, yeah, we are going to have a tiebreak.
Just within few minutes, we're going to, in about 5 minutes, we're going to have the Armageddon game. But now Aronyan scored 3 points, so now he has 7 points. And Magnus is 6 points now because he won the classical game. And he scored 3 points, and unfortunately the two youngsters, Ariane and Duda, they are still on 0 point, but I'm pretty sure that they will give some surprises to the audience and they will fight back. But I think it may cost them 1 or 2 rounds until they somehow find themselves and energy and ideas to give a hard time for those guys. But already before the event, for me, I had a strong feeling that for the youngsters, especially for Ariane, it can be a very, very big challenge and it can be a difficult event. But of course, for many top players, I remember when I was playing in Veikanze first in the A group, and when you play in Linares, I mean, of course, it's like you win a game, you lose a game, the next day you're going to be challenged by a very strong top player in this tournament against the world champion Magnus or against Fabiano #2. But of course, Aronyan is also the top of the top. And so it is very challenging, these kind of tournaments. At the same time, I think they are learning enormously and they get such an experiences that this is the only way. And sometimes you have the painful lesson. And this is we can say that it's...
and you need painful lessons. I mean, you need them.
Did you have painful lessons in your life?
Of course, I had a few. And actually there was the most useful, those, I mean, more painful was it, more useful was it, yeah. So which painful lesson can you remember? Sorry to pinpoint on this topic. So many. I mean, there were quite I mean, you know, I can name, at least I can recall it 10 or something. Maybe
painful. You can tell us that, okay, what was it, if you remember, and how did you get out of it? Because I think that's one of the most important character trait of champions, that they also drown sometimes, things go wrong, but then somehow within not too much time, they have the strength and energy to stand up and go back into the fight.
Yes, well, at least... just one, for instance, which just came to my mind was in 1994. I played the candidate match with Boris Gelfand. It was a quarterfinal of the World Championship, and for example, there was a score. The score was 3.5, the last game, and in case of 4-4 tiebreak. And I was very good at that time in Rapid, so probably I was a slight favorite in tiebreak. Although, of course, Boris is a fantastic player, and it was very, very unclear. And then in the, you know, I just, in the game number 8, I blundered the pawn on move 5, you know, with black. I can even show you. How was it? I can tell you.
Okay.
They start to play, yeah. So
no, they don't. We still have a few minutes.
I studied some line, and it was c4, c5, let's say g3. I wanted to play this knight f6, e6, d5, cd knight d5 line. And I just was, I just confused the move order. I started with d5, and it's very well known that everybody knows you have to start with e6. cd, knight d5, knight c3, knight c3, and e6. I thought I wanted to get this knight f3, knight c6, yeah, this variation. And after knight d5, e d5, knight, queen b3, all of a sudden I realized that it's not a good beginning of this most important maybe game of my career so far. Okay, I'm just losing a pawn here, yeah, on d3. And then I was fighting, but okay, I lost the game without a big chance. It's simply a central pawn, yeah. So as one of the very, very unpleasant memories which I had, which probably was a good lesson to explain me in a way that I have to be a bit more solid and a little bit have less wind in my head, yeah, so to say.
Well, now let's go because the game started, and I'm sure Firuza has some not very positive memories from yesterday, so I'm sure he's going to be much more focused, and actually he has to win the game.
Yeah, that's...
he has to win the game to
seems
score
to be
the
an interesting
maximum
variation to win a game very, very sharp. I've played it myself recently against Boris Gelfand in Rapid Chess. It was very sharp. I think I checked on b5, and maybe actually Rizais was maybe he's trying to repeat this. Yeah, bishop d7 I think was played, bishop takes d7, and then white is trying to play a4 b5, and it's a very very sharp position, very complicated. I think it's a good choice actually to play for a win.
Well, let's share with the audience, if maybe some of the people don't know, that the Armageddon game, the time control is 10 minutes for white and 7 minutes for black. And if the game reaches to move 40, then both players will get an extra 1 second per move, which is not much, I must say. And we saw some of the victim was Firuza yesterday, that 1 second was not enough against Magnus to make the full point. Last year, it was 3 seconds per move, but now they've decided that it's only 1 second after move 40. And the scoring system is that in classical game, if somebody wins, he scores 3 points to 0 to the loser. But already if there is a draw in classical game, we have 1.5 point for the winner. And in black case, it's either black wins or a draw. He scores 1.5 point, but white will get also 1 point. So let's see what is really running and happening in the game. Castle now.
Yes, actually, Fabiano made quite a significant mistake. He lost 2 tempis, basically. He taken with a queen. It was just, you can say a mouse sleep, yeah? Because knight bd7.
Very funny that you say a mouse sleep right now when actually the guys were playing for half a year with a mouse. And then now he made a mistake with
because I mean you could have the same position, just that the knight on d7 instead of queen on d7, so which is like 2 tempis up for white, and obviously white is better here. I mean, seriously.
But it is a very strange pawn structure, I must say. What we are seeing now.
It's very strange, very tactical, but very direct. Yeah, because I mean, if white starts to push his pawns, it will not end well for black, and black needs to develop his knight to d7, c5. But losing 2 tempis in such a sharp position is not something I would recommend to anyone, even to such a great player like
And
Fabiano.
Also, actually, Fabiano is spending his time. So actually, the difference of 3 minutes is still there. So white has 8 minutes and 25 seconds. And white is still a bit over 5 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, really the opening went so terribly wrong for Fabiano that he will need to. Now, usually e4 is a good way for white to proceed, or simply trying to go bishop c3 and a5 b6. I mean, pawns, they start to move. It's quite a difficult situation objectively for.
So you consider white has a clear advantage?
Yes, I think so, because I think I had this position, more or less this position, with a couple of tempis down, and I got better at the end of the day. I was very close to win a game, but with 2 tempis, it must be pretty.
Well, of course, in a blitz game, which actually we're witnessing now, bishop c3 is played.
Very logical,
a5 is the clear threat.
And I don't know what to do about a5.
Would you go rook a5 just to give your typical exchange sack?
Yes.
I'm learning fast. And I think in the meantime, we have Tari here with us.
Yes, I don't know if you don't mind, Ariane, that we can first maybe show the tiebreak to the audience.
Are you happy, or we just ask you a few questions that, well, how do you feel your game? What happened?
Yeah, I thought I had a very good position, but after bishop d7 and rook c8, I just I played this knight h5 and I just lost control suddenly.
When you played h3, well, how did you feel? That you have a better position?
It was some positions that I was thinking knight g4 he could play in some positions. That's why I played h3, but maybe it was stupid.
So you did not...
Probably too slow.
Did you consider the ideas of b4, trying to play b4 at some point for white?
Yeah, I saw b4, but I didn't think it was so good. Yeah, it looks so pleasant for white. My position looks fantastic, but somehow it wasn't so easy to make a choice. Yeah.
Well, it was a very difficult game for you after Black played knight c4 and rook b8. Rook e1 was a killer.
Sorry?
Rook e1 was a killer after rook b8.
Yeah, I had seen rook e1, but I thought it's not so clear. My option was to take on f5. I should have gone for that instead, of course, but already then maybe black is on the good side.
Yeah, well, we also felt that you had actually a great game until move 22. H3, we felt it was kind of going on the downhill, but until then, it seemed like you played very well.
Our assessment was that white was better, I mean, at that moment.
Yeah, unfortunately not enough to play well for 22 moves.
This is the problem in chess, especially not against...
We wish you, we will not torture you anymore.
Thank you.
To continue, to prolong your good play until the end of the game.
I hope so. Thank you, guys.
Don't lose your spirit. Good luck for the upcoming games.
See you guys.
Bye. Well, it's very difficult to be in the press room and after such a game, but let's see what is really happening after knight d3. Actually, these pawns on a5, b6 is not very comfortable, I guess, looking at it from black side.
From black side, for sure. I think knight takes c4 ideas are somewhere in the air, in this situation.
Well, it's very difficult for black, and actually still the nearly 3-minute difference is kept. By Firuza, who is an extremely fast player, which was very surprising that yesterday he lost on time, actually. And we have the world champion. Congratulations.
Congratulations, yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Nice combination, rook e1. That was something I'm sure you saw quite in advance.
Yeah, it was something I was only dreaming of, to be honest. I didn't expect it to happen. But
how did you assess the position, Magnus? Somewhere, I mean, let's say around a3 move.
Well, first when I went for this d5, f5, I thought that was worse, but that it was complicated. As the game happened, I thought I realized that I've been too optimistic, and I think I was probably more or less lost. But as long as there is no there is no forced lines, it's not easy.
And by the way, you didn't consider trying to play knight takes f3 and e5 after d5. We thought that was your plan. e d5, knight takes f3 and e5.
I thought it was just looking very, very sad after he goes for knight g3 back, queen e2, bishop e4, and puts up this blockade. So I thought I will just try something else, but clearly what I did was even worse. So it was not a...
When you played the king a8, you had in your mind already the rook e1 line, or you were not expecting at all knight h5?
I was always expecting that he would meet bishop d7 with knight h5, because I can no longer take on d5. So yeah, certainly one of the ideas of king a8 was to get rook b8 there and this trick, but I didn't expect him to make a passing move there for sure.
And the last question, maybe Magnus, what would you do with white? I mean, as white, if you would have this position, let's say after king a8, or what would be your plan?
I mean, I thought queen c3 was pretty good. So I mean, in general, I would try to put something on c6 or to go d6 at some point, even at the cost of a pawn somehow, because my king is so weak that I'm not really sure what I can do there. But yeah, I mean, the good the thing about the white position is that it's extremely good, but you know, you have to win it somehow, and this is what he was trying to.
Yeah.
He was trying to do.
We saw that before was a very interesting plan for white, just to play before.
Before is certainly interesting, but I mean, I go away, and
maybe knight b3, queen d4, something like that, yeah, to get to c5 maybe.
I mean, of course, it's very good for white. I mean, I'm not doubting that. But maybe there, I mean, I have some chances. C4.
No, definitely, yeah. It's not lost. It's not, but probably white is just better, yeah.
Yeah, I think white is just much better.
Magnus, we are appreciating very much that you're here with us. Can you share your thoughts on the game which is still running? It's on the middle game. Everything is hanging. In the beginning, it seemed like black has a very difficult time. Maybe he still has.
I mean, I'm failing to predict even a single move here.
Well, actually, just white had to sacrifice an exchange.
I mean, knight takes c5 and queen takes d5.
Why strange? Yeah, up to this
white
point,
still has compensation, yeah, but it's already not.
Yeah, but instead of bishop c5, also d4 was tempting. Maybe he goes bishop a1 there. I don't know. Okay, this is completely unclear. In practical play, it's probably easier to play white, to be honest.
But objectively, black should be very good already, no?
Because knight b7, at some point, the pawns will start to be hanging, yeah, for instance.
Yeah, I would bet on Alireza here.
Well, you respect his blitz skills. Well,
yeah, now rook b5. You see queen c6, there's queen e5.
Wow.
I think rook d8 was really bad. Maybe he needed to play rook e8 instead.
Yeah, maybe, but still...
No, maybe still he has to go, but...
No, I mean, Fabiano is going to get tricked. He's going to get tricked to the moon here.
Yeah, rook b5 is a strong resource. Yeah. It's difficult in... Maybe queen c6, yeah?
Maybe queen c6, knight e6.
Knight e6, yeah, but then b7 might...
b7 just wins, yeah.
Win f6, but yeah, it's difficult.
f6 is fighting.
f6, b7, yeah, still, if black just plays f6.
Yeah, f6 is fighting.
And then queen c6.
Oh, he just plays f6?
Yeah, and after b7, what is the plan?
Yeah, what is the plan?
Queen d7 maybe.
But then b8.
Yeah. Wow. No,
yeah, maybe queen d6. Yeah, not much.
This is just nasty.
Yeah, it looks... I don't know, queen d6, yeah, what else?
Queen d6.
At least queen c8, knight b7 or something.
Queen c8, yeah.
Knight b7 at least, it's totally
yeah, knight
lost.
b7, he fights on. Okay.
Yeah, but it's lost, yeah, it's completely lost. Because bishop on c3, knight on d2, it just controls everything, yeah.
Yeah, he'll play, I think, queen c6 and try to fight somehow. But
yeah.
It's obviously very difficult.
Takes and rook b6, I guess.
Yeah, but at least this is at least a slight chance, because black has some. I mean, if white would have managed probably to keep queens on the board, that would be totally over. But
yeah, then he would have no chance.
But with queens, without queens, some fight.
Now, yeah, okay, he goes rook d6 maybe. Okay, rook c7.
a6, rook d3.
A6, rook a8.
Rook a8, maybe.
Ah, 94 maybe. 94 he has to go.
But then what is how to improve? F5 maybe, and rook a7.
Knight d6, knight b5.
And we have some kind of your game with Karyakin or something, eh?
Oh yeah, something similar. No, I think he's just gonna go rook c8, yeah, and he's gonna take c5 and then he's gonna play forever. but in general, these endings are winning. I remember there was some game, I think Malakhov against Karyakin in the Russian Championship. Malakhov won this.
You mean after, but also you don't have to hurry, yeah, taking this pawn.
Yeah,
I mean, taking them on c5, yeah, there is no hurry,
but how can he get something better? Like White King will start running, so.
But it's not, and if you just go with the king to f5, it's quite difficult for White to improve.
H4 is quite strange. Like, you would maybe want the opportunity to play the pawn to g4 as well.
Ah, rook b7 is the problem, yeah? Rook b7 is a threat, maybe. And a7. Ah, no, sorry, I'm confused. Rook takes c5, yeah.
Well, king is on g6 already. King f5 is coming, I guess.
I also had this ending, like after rook c5. I had it in a tournament in Finland in 2002. And I was very proud to win it with the white pieces then.
No, actually, in practical sense, maybe it's better to take on c5, take on a6. At least then it's easier to play with black. Yeah,
that is what I'm saying. That,
yeah, because otherwise you can just lose it, you know.
Yeah.
On time, more or less. Yeah.
Okay, bishop.
Bishop a5 and bishop b6. Bishop b4.
Yeah, I mean, the worst mistake is to sink here. Yeah, I mean, that is the worst possible
Well,
move.
Firuza again, he goes down
yeah,
under
I mean, that
20
is
minutes.
just f4.
And
But
there are over 40 moves, by the way.
But
the
1 minute,
second is not
yeah,
a big
I mean,
help,
that's
I
just,
guess.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah, okay, it's the same for both, though.
Lack of
okay, now he finally takes an a6. And there we go. Is somebody gonna get flagged? You just gotta play fast.
We'll have a long evening, yeah? It seems.
Bishop c5.
Easy. But it would be nice to see.
I think what Malakhov was doing is he was playing f4 at some point and putting the pawn on f5.
Yeah, we are seeing the clock that Fabi has like 8 seconds to 13
but
seconds.
It seems that Firuza, he managed to get some seconds. Yeah, how does he manage to just having 1 second per move to get increment?
Fabi is just playing.
Well,
yeah, but no.
Rook a8. No, not king f5. King f5 is terrible.
No, he's trying to change pawns, yeah, somehow.
And now 4 seconds.
Rook a4, yeah, something. Yeah. No, it's lost objectively, probably, but.
Well,
king d6. Now it's completely over. Okay, now he has to flag. f5. King g5. Rook a5.
King f2.
Check, h5. Alireza knows what he's doing.
Well, such a big moves, long moves is very dangerous.
Okay, now he resigned.
5 seconds, so Firuza won.
Yes, but it was exciting, yeah. So now what is the standings that there are 2 leaders, yeah, or even 3 leaders, yeah?
No,
well,
I think
you're tying first.
Yeah, Fabiano and Levon are tied for first, and then it's very close.
Yeah, Fabiano and Arroyan tying first, and you're 6 points right now.
Yeah,
and Firuza has 5.5.
5.5.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the rest, it's very easy to count.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for
they
them.
are having their very difficult lessons.
Yeah.
So far.
Okay, guys. I'm gonna.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Good luck. Bye. Well, it was a tough day, I guess. Unfortunately, we had.
You see how it comes. One day it works against you. One day you're lucky. Yeah, with Firuza. So yesterday he should have probably win it. Today, maybe at some point it was already very difficult. But yeah.
But actually, he took over in the opening and he was better. So maybe he didn't play the best possible way, but still. He had the upper hand during the whole game in the playoff, right?
Yeah.
So, it was a tough day for the players. Interesting games. What a game with Magnus. I must say, let's show this rookie one again, because I think that was kind of the move of the day. I think we can say that. And I'm sorry for the audience if some of you wanted the comments to be shown on the screen of Magnus, but I decided to show the playoff because I think it was also interesting. And practically what Magnus was saying is that after here, practically he said White was winning or something?
Yeah, I said that it was, I mean, at minimum much better, if not winning. Yeah, that was his.
And well, he also said that after knight c4 here, he was practically game was over, right?
Mm-hmm.
And here he said that queen c3 would have been better, right? Instead of
after
h3.
king a8, I think, yeah.
After king a8, he was considering that
queen c3 and trying to get knight c6 somewhere, which makes a lot of sense, of course, yeah. I mean,
yeah, because of course, king on a8, it can be very unpleasant with knight c6 and on the long diagonal, bishop on f3, right?
Mm-hmm. So bishop d7, and then Magnus was considering even ideas trying to go d6 and knight d5, which is true, yeah, bishop f3, d6, yeah, it's quite dangerous.
Well, with the king on a8, I think this d6 and things may work very well. But, well, this is what happened, that after knight h5, he immediately grabbed his opportunity. And so this was the real mistake of the game, knight h5.
Mm-hmm.
And then rook e1, I think this was really exceptionally beautiful game because of this move. And let's see if we are going to have the winner of today. I'm not sure we are going to have in the press room. But also with Levon Aronyan's game, it was also extremely interesting. I mean, it started out with a kind of a boring game in the opening, right? And then at the end, it was a great lesson for our audience,
for us as well,
and for us as well. And I think there is some things which we will have to check as well. I think I just got the information that after king g3, rook h5 is the only winning move.
Yes,
maybe? But I don't know, it has to be checked. But I think generally speaking, of course, in these end games, I remember when back in 91 we were traveling together and playing together in a tournament with John Nunn, and he was writing his first book of rook endgames, actually 5 pieces, which was 2 rooks, 1 pawn, and king and king. And he was working on a book like that. And then later on, he gave me the book also. And he discovered positions with, let's say, pawn on a2 or on c2, and it's a mutual Zugzwang or something.
Yes, I know that
rook endgames can be crazy,
yeah,
and I think this is one of them.
Yeah, here you see that, I mean, from all the moves which are not losing the rook h7, rook h8, rook h1, rook h5, I mean, obviously rook h5 is really the last one you would cross your mind. I mean, you would never even look at this because there is absolutely no point. Yeah, it looks like it's just standing worse in every variation, in fact, but according to the information we've got, that was the only winning move in this position.
And it's interesting that, of course, when I started out seeing these kind of rook end games, the problem is, and it's the most annoying thing, which I think in this position we can understand the logic of it, but sometimes when you look at end games and then you just don't understand. And it's just irritating, right? That, okay, the computer says it's winning and wins in 65 moves, but I want to understand it. I want the logic of it. And it has to be spent so much time until you get the point that really why this is so important, because in 30 moves later, that tempo is so important. It's like when you're saying that, okay, I don't like h4 because later on something will. So these things I understand because eventually I have some feeling. But in these concrete rook end games, when it goes to 30 moves distance, it's very difficult.
Very difficult, but if you manage somehow, yeah, sometimes you finally manage, and that's a very big pleasure, you know, which chess can give you, yeah, to when you understand the whole logical chain, so to say, of moves like rook h5. But probably we will not try to do it right now, yeah. Yes, so we will leave it for the audience to check.
And I think we are going to have Ali Reza coming over after his victory, but I'm pretty sure he had to give some other interviews beforehand. So welcome, congratulations.
Congratulations.
Victory.
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, this classical game.
How was your game today? How did you feel after the opening in the classical game?
Yeah, I don't know. I thought I had advantage. I think he miscalculated something in opening because he thought he can go d4, but I think e5 is just much better for me. So,
At which point?
Before
After e4, before castles, I suppose.
Yeah, after e4. I don't know. I think it is better for me. I don't know.
And e takes d5. Yeah, d4, e5, and after castles, e takes d5.
Yeah, I should have taken. I think. I don't know. Here e5. So ed here I castle ed. Yeah, I saw knight d5.
Yeah, now knight takes d5 takes on d5, and yeah, knight takes d5 is a very principal move. We were discussing it with Judith, and now whether bishop d5, but actually c3 maybe. Yeah.
c3. I saw d4, cd4,
knight takes d4, knight takes d4, bishop e3.
Yeah,
I don't know if black can fully equalize here. That was probably yes, but I don't know if Reza, you were considering honestly, this variation.
I forgot about c3. I made the move and I saw c3, but.
And bishop takes d5, I guess you were calculating.
d5, I thought a lot about it. Knight b4, bishop e4, I think, and bishop h3, I think. Because if I go bishop h3, bishop d2, then you could take on a fun bishop b4, rook e8. I don't know how is that position.
Yeah, this looks like a good compensation.
Yeah.
And later on in the game, how was your assessment of this very strange, complicated position with 4 boards in the 4 knights in the center of the board?
I think this h4 was a big mistake. I think everywhere my h4 was weakness.
Yeah, we were surprised, to tell you the truth.
Oh, it's an interesting move, yeah. But if after h6, you still have to continue with queen e2 and so on, probably then better to do it without h4, h6.
Yeah, because I never his h6 is never weakness, I think, and he has always this f5, knight g5 is protected, so h4 was a bit stupid, I think. Yeah.
So how did you feel here after knight d4, bishop d7?
Yeah, here I thought I'm not better. I think I don't think I'm better here, or I think I should fight for equality here. So because I don't have any target, like knight b5 is never a move.
Do you think rook a3 was good? We were thinking about c3 or something.
I thought my only plan is to go knight c3, right? I thought the only way to be a bit active is knight c3, because c3, I don't know, because then I don't have move with my bishop, and I don't know what is the plan.
Well, maybe just to stabilize the position after c3, bishop d2, bishop e1, just to develop pieces, and because it seems to me that black also doesn't have any really very clear.
Yeah, bishop d2 is not possible. F5,
because of F5,
but now he has to make move, right? So like knight b6, knight b5, yeah, or no?
Knight b6, bishop f4 might be, yeah. Already.
Oh yeah, knight b6, bishop f4.
Yeah, rook f8 maybe, yeah. Like
rook f8, yeah.
Make a use, but then knight b5 might be an issue, might be possible already. Yeah, in any case, at some point, your position looked pretty worrying at some point around the move bishop f1, and then very soon it got quite okay. So do you think
here he didn't pick the
black
draw.
had a better way of playing it somewhere around this move?
Yeah, queen c4 was a very good move, and knight d5 takes queen d2. I was very lucky. Bishop g4, f3, knight f3 didn't work. Was not working because knight takes, rook e2, queen d3. I have queen c5, bishop e3, and it's all okay. Rook e2 and queen d3 is only move, I think. Queen c5, bishop e3. Otherwise, queen f2 is just mate. Yeah, bishop e3. So he told me after the game bishop g4 was mistaken.
Yeah, I was not sure, by the way, because it looks like it gives you tempest to go f3, queen f2, yeah? Maybe just knight c6 or something.
Yeah, knight c6, I go knight b5. No, knight b5, no, sorry. It was rook e2, yeah.
Yeah, rook e2, queen d5.
But then I go bishop e6, no? Yeah, this is...
Yeah.
But... yeah, knight c6, I saw something was fine for me.
Well, of course, white can take on c6 and fight, but probably black should be better here. There is initiative. And then what was the assessment of what do you think was the last position? I mean, how did you assess it?
I don't know. I really don't know. I think it's around equal. I don't know. But because I just already stabilized, right?
So you were assessing it as equal, more or less.
Yeah.
And Fabiano, I don't know if you've spoken,
yeah, I told him. He said it's just unclear here. So. Yeah, because this g4 is the only way he can break after g4, f4, knight f3. But when I have king on g1, then it's not possible, I think. And here, knight f3 doesn't work, just take.
Yeah,
I didn't see how he wanted to break.
Take it?
Yeah, queen takes.
Bishop f5?
Bishop d3 always.
Though even, and what about rook e3?
Looks a bit...
Yeah, it is dangerous. It looks dangerous, yeah. Queen h5. His king also
Isn't rook
could get
g3
weak.
possible?
King takes. I have rook g2. Oh, rook e3. Then queen f3. I don't know. It's very messy.
f3.
It seems like
this looks solid.
But yeah, it looks quite dangerous after g4 knight f3 because black had. But anyway, yes. So
yeah, he had no time. We had both 5 minutes, so it's. I think it's not logical for him to risk like this.
Yeah, it was a very interesting game, and then you had the playoff.
Yeah, playoff, yes.
Which was well, it seemed to be. It went quite smoothly for you.
Yeah, at the end, I just didn't want to lose on time. I was just pressing the clock. I didn't care about the moves.
Yeah,
at some point, black already got probably fine. Yeah, black was already because there was a moment after bishop c3, d4. I'm sure that you had something in mind against d4. Yeah, but what was here? Yeah, d4 was not working.
Yeah, I think d4 is just working. I didn't see what to do after bishop, like after e5, and I just made the move.
So you wanted to go bishop a1 or?
Yeah, bishop a1, but knight b4, I think it's just.
Yeah, I guess different ideas. Yeah, possible.
Yeah, like takes, rook a5, bishop d4, and knight c4. But yeah, I am worse, of course. But still, it's Armageddon, so yeah.
Yeah, I see.
Knight c4, I keep the pawn on b6. I don't know. Yeah, but I think he forgot about rook c5.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. After that, it's just collapsing. Yeah.
Yeah, rook b5 was very strong after queen f5.
Yeah. Now it's queen, I think.
Anyway, it's it's Armageddon. Many things are happening. They're not always perfect play from both sides, but that's the way it is. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Yes.
So congratulations, Rizas, and so tomorrow next round, and then we will have a rest day. Yeah, after tomorrow.
Yeah, after tomorrow. Yes.
Good
luck.
Have
a good rest.
Thank you very much.
And there is a long tournament still to go for you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Well, we had a very interesting game. What can you say, Vladimir? Which was your favorite game of today, or where did we have the most tension and action?
I don't know. I think everywhere there was, even in the game where we were absolutely sure there will be no action at all, but we actually had with Duda against Aranyan. Yeah, even there we had a lot of action, lots of interesting and educational moments in Rook Endgame. And well, obviously, probably the most spectacular game of the day was the victory of Magnus Carlsen. Rook e1 move and the whole attack of two bishops. I think it was very educational also. I will probably include it in my lectures or in my future book as to show how two bishops in open positions can really start to destroy the opponent's camp. And very exciting, yeah, very tough, complicated maneuvering game, a classical game between Firouzja and Caruana, and a totally different style game in a tiebreak with pawns running, lots of emotions, and finally a young player prevailing, which is maybe normal when you have few seconds left. So very, very complicated situation now in tournament. 4 players very close to each other, and extremely exciting.
So let's see what is the standing right now after round 3 at the 8th Norway Chess. First place, first and second with 7 points. It was Fabiano with Aronyan, because Aronyan now he won 2 matches. And then Magnus already has 6 points. He just caught up with 3 points today with this beautiful Rook e1 winning move against Ariane. And then Firouzja already there with 5.5, which he just won his Armageddon game. And actually they took a big ahead of the other 2 youngsters, Duda and Tari. Of course, they are having so far a very difficult time in the tournament. That is very clear, but they are learning a lot. That's very clear as well. And I'm very curious when they can kick back in some of their games, even though they don't, like, for example, Tari, I think he doesn't play badly at all. He's just simply in critical moments, he's losing thread.
Well, he's not yet the same class as of course, top players of this tournament, so it's understandable. But what I want to say is that when I was young, that age, I somehow I had some very negative experiences, not pleasant tournaments, but I took it always very negatively. Yeah, I thought there is nothing good in it. But in fact, with time, I understood that everything is a test. Yeah, I mean, it gives you a chance to improve. So now, for example, for both of these players, I think it's a very good test to try to keep a level, yeah, to keep playing. I mean, not to, so to say, fall apart, yeah, to try to play good games, to show good chess, that because, you know, they have a long chess career ahead of them, and not always things will be rosy, yeah. And it's a good training actually I really hope that both of them, they will play still some good chess, good games, and maybe win some games, and they will show that they can play chess and they can fight even under very unfavorable circumstances. That is a very important quality. You know, if you want to become a top player, you need to be able to to play even in such situation, to keep certain level, to keep fighting and keep improving your chess round to round, and then maybe one day this will help you to, maybe to win candidates tournament, or who knows. Yeah. So
well, I believe you need a huge perseverance if you want to get on the top, and you have to be fighting against your opponents, but also with yourself, and calm down and have your lessons learned to be able to move on and improve on your career and your strength and results. But tomorrow, actually, for round 4, we are going to have an exceptional interesting game. round, as Magnus is going to be playing with the white pieces against Fabiano. So that is always a very interesting match.
That's always a Clasico. Yeah, it's El Clasico.
Yeah, I mean,
nowadays.
They were playing the World Championship match in 2018, which was quite a tense match, right? So it's always very interesting when the number 1 and number 2 player is playing. And then we are going to see Levon Aronian with Ali Reza, which is also going to be a very interesting battle, as both players are extremely interesting players. And you can see that Ali Reza is really challenging his opponents, playing very interesting. And even if things go wrong, he's there, he's focused. And I mean, today also he had, I think, a difficult position at some point of the game.
I can tell it's quite impressive because to have a worse position and less time against Fabiano Caruana and to save it, it's quite something at this age, especially.
And then we are going to have the clash between the bottom of the tournament players. Between Ariane is going to be playing with the white pieces against Jan. And well, in some ways, I think they are happy to play against each other. But of course, it can be a sad story for one of them. Yeah, but maybe both of them will score a point.
By no means, it's actually it's going to be a very tough battle, because it's absolutely clear that to lose a fourth game in a row, that would really, fourth match in a row, that really would be very painful. Really, you don't want to do it. And especially for both players, they feel like, the opponent is not in the best shape and there is a chance. So I'm sure they will really fight tomorrow. It will be a very, of course, okay, they're not fighting for the first place, but, their fight is as significant probably for them personally as for the leaders, because, you want to prove, you want to show that you can still win game. You want to turn, it's one of the maybe last chances for you to turn the tournament and to start, a new, so to say, a new tournament, to win a game maybe, and things are starting to go other way. So I am sure we will see a very, very tough battle.
Well, it can easily happen that it's going to be a draw, the classical game, and then if the Armageddon decides, then both of them signs up with the score. But of course, we'll see.
Something tells me no. Something tells me it will be a tough fight. No.
Well, for tomorrow, we are going to be here. Thank you very much for all of you watching and being here with us. I hope you enjoyed this round. I was enjoying it a lot, again, analyzing with Vladimir, and he's always telling some interesting stories behind the scene about his career. And I think I'm going to be asking you quite a bit about some details, how to become a good chess player and what is behind being so good and so creative and such a personality. So it was great fun for me, and see you tomorrow.
Thank you, again. Judith. And we, by the way, would like to mention again that we are expecting a special guest sometime around 5:30 tomorrow. Very unexpected, very interesting guest, and I'm sure you will enjoy listening to this person, and it will be something quite unusual and unexpected maybe for the audience. So join us, of course, from the very beginning, and definitely from 5:30 tomorrow.
Well, we are very much looking forward for your joining us tomorrow also. So goodbye.
Have a good evening.
Well, we wanted to do a historical top 50 of chess players of sort of all time, and to do that, we are using the statistics by Jeff Sonax, who has created a site called Chess Metrics. We've gotten some help from Frank Hofmeister, who is a well-renowned chess historian, but then we have still kind of added our own touch. And it's always going to be subjective, and there's no correct answer.
I hope you guys enjoyed, and I hope you agree with every single ranking, because usually when you publish lists, what could go wrong? Who would disagree with anything? But yeah, it's been fun, and I hope you like it.